A single carved eye stares upward from the dust, older than writing, older than cities. In 1945, a scholar named Joseph Campbell saw a pattern that terrified theologians. A hero dies, descends into darkness, and rises again. This story appears everywhere across millennia in cultures that never met. The question is not if this is a coincidence. The question is what it means to be human. Before farms, there were temples. Before laws, there was a flood story. A divine voice speaks to a prophet in a cave, on a mountain, under a tree. A heart is weighed against a feather in a hall of gods. A priest calculates the birth of the universe. These are not separate histories. They are variations on a theme. The same fears, the same hopes, etched into different skies. Did we invent 1,000 gods? Or did one truth wear 1,000 faces, each culture hearing a different note of the same song? The oldest ritual site on Earth suggests religion built civilization, not the other way around. The first deity was a woman. The end of the world was imagined before the wheel was invented. We have been telling the same stories since we were human. This is the map we drew before we knew the territory. A map of the human soul. What if every prayer ever whispered was addressed to the same silence? Long before the first cities rose from the mud, before the first seeds were sown in ordered rows, we gathered. We gathered in the dark, beneath a sky impossibly thick with stars. We gathered around the flickering, fragile light of a fire, the only warmth in a world of cold stone and whispering wind. And we told stories. Stories about the beasts that moved in the shadows beyond the firelight. Stories about the great herds that migrated with the seasons, their arrival a mystery, their departure a loss. Stories about the moon, which died and was reborn, and about our own loved ones whose warmth faded and did not return. This was the beginning. Not of scripture or of theology, but of the question itself. The human gaze, turning outward from the cave mouth, looking at the vast, indifferent wilderness and daring to ask, is there meaning here? Are we heard? The answer to that question, etched not in words but in stone, lies on a windswept hill in southeastern Turkey. It is called Göbekli Tepe. For thousands of years it lay buried, a series of gentle, man-made mounds on the horizon. Then, archaeologists began to dig. What they uncovered rewrote the story of human civilization. Here, around 9600 BCE, hunter-gatherers carved and erected massive, T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing over 20 tons. They dragged them from quarries, raised them in precise circles, and adorned them with exquisite, terrifying reliefs of scorpions, foxes, vultures, and lions. This was not a settlement. No houses were found here, no granaries, no evidence of permanent habitation. This was a temple complex, a place of gathering, of ritual, of collective effort on a staggering scale. And it was built a full 5,000 years before Stonehenge, and, most crucially, millennia before the invention of agriculture. This is the revolutionary truth of Göbekli Tepe. It tells us that humans did not invent gods after they mastered farming and built cities. They came together to build for the gods first. The impulse to worship, to create sacred space, to organize society around a shared, transcendent purpose, appears to be the engine that drove the invention of civilization itself. Religion was not a product of society, it was the blueprint. This impulse left its traces everywhere our ancestors walked. From the caves of Europe to the plains of Siberia, from the coasts of Australia to the forests of the Americas, archaeologists find a remarkably consistent triad of sacred objects. First, the animals. Not just any animals, but those of power and mystery, the cave bear, the woolly mammoth, the great auroch. Their images, painted with mineral pigments or carved from ivory, are not simple depictions. They are attempts to capture and perhaps control the essence of the beast, its strength, its spirit, its role in the precarious balance of life. Second, the female form. The so-called Venus figurines, like the famous Willendorf Venus, with their exaggerated breasts, bellies, and hips. These are not portraits. They are symbols of abundance, of fertility, of the miraculous, terrifying power of creation that brings forth life from the human body, mirroring the Earth's own ability to bring forth plants and animals. They represent perhaps the earliest divine concept, the mother, the source. And third, the dead. Across continents we find graves, but these are not mere disposal pits. They are carefully prepared spaces. The bodies are often laid in a fetal position, as if for sleep or rebirth. They are sprinkled with red ochre, a pigment the color of blood, the color of life. Tools, ornaments, even food are placed beside them. This treatment speaks of a profound intuition that death is not an end. It is a transition. The careful arrangement, the inclusion of goods for a journey, the symbolic application of life's color, all point to a belief in an existence beyond the visible world. It is a statement of care, of love, and of a stubborn, beautiful refusal to accept annihilation as the final answer. This refusal may be far older than our own species. In the Shanidar cave in the mountains of Iraq, archaeologists made a discovery that still echoes through the study of human origins. Here, in a burial dated to approximately 60,000 years before the present, lay the remains of a Neanderthal man. Neanderthals, our extinct cousins, long caricatured as brutish and simple. But surrounding this skeleton, soil analysis revealed dense clusters of flower pollen, yarrow, groundsel, hollyhock, plants known for their medicinal and symbolic properties. The pattern suggested the flowers had been deliberately placed on the body. The debate among scientists continues. Could wind or rodents have carried the pollen? Yet, the haunting possibility remains. If intentional, this act at Shanidar represents something monumental. It suggests that the capacity for ritual, for the symbolic treatment of death, for what we might call reverence, is not unique to Homo sapiens. It is a deep thread in the very fabric of the human story, a fundamental response to loss and mystery that we may have shared with other thinking, feeling beings on this earth. The patterns are not confined to the deep past. They live on in the oldest continuous cultures on the planet. Consider the San people of the Kalahari Desert in southern Africa. Their traditions, passed down orally for tens of thousands of years, describe a layered cosmos, a world. They access this spirit world through a communal, rhythmic dance that leads to a trance state, a crossing of the threshold where healers can combat sickness and interact with the spirits. Now, separate this tradition completely. Transport yourself to the frozen taiga of Siberia. There, among the Evenki people, the shaman wears a drum, beats a specific rhythm, and enters an ecstatic state to journey to the upper or lower worlds to retrieve lost souls or divine the location of game. Jump again, to the heart of the Amazon rainforest. The Yanomami shaman inhales the sacred powder yakuana, and in the violent, purging trance that follows, he communes with the Exaparipa spirits to heal his community. The structures are identical: an ordinary reality, a non-ordinary reality, and a trained individual who, through ritualized alteration of consciousness, navigates between them to bring back knowledge, healing, or power. These traditions developed in complete geographic isolation. They share no common language, no history of contact. And yet, they built the same spiritual bridge. This cannot be coincidence. It points to a shared architecture of the human mind, a universal template for encountering the sacred. From the stone circles of Göbekli Tepe to the flower-strewn graves of Shanidar, from the animal spirits on cave walls to the ecstatic dances under desert stars, the evidence forms a coherent picture. Long before the specific names of gods were spoken, before Zeus, Yahweh, Shiva, or Allah, the framework was already there. the human being is a meaning-making creature. We are born into a world of chaos, the chaos of the untamed wilderness, the chaos of our own mortality, the chaos of a universe that operates by laws we could not yet comprehend. And our first, fundamental act was to impose order upon that chaos. To draw a circle in the dirt and declare it sacred. To point to the cycle of the moon and see a promise of return. To look at a lifeless body and prepare it for a journey. This is the universal impulse to believe. It is not an answer, but a profound, instinctual reaction to the questions that the world shouts at us from the moment we become aware. Darkness, uncertainty, suffering, death. Every religious tradition that would eventually flower across the globe, every system of myth and ritual we will explore, begins with this raw human material. It begins in the dark, with the fire as the only defense against the void. It begins with the ache of loss and the hope for something more. It begins with the observation of patterns in nature and the daring intuition that those patterns might have an author, a consciousness, a purpose. The names of the gods, the details of the creation stories, the specific laws and rituals, these are the cultural clothing draped over this universal skeleton. The clothing varies infinitely, beautifully, across time and terrain. But the skeleton beneath, the deep structure of sacred wonder, is recognizably the same. We are the creatures who look at the night sky and tell stories about it. We are the creatures who bury our dead with ceremony. We are the creatures who build temples before we build granaries. This is our shared starting point. From this common ground of awe and fear, of pattern seeking and meaning, making humanity's greatest and most diverse project began, the attempt to name the unnameable, to reach for the divine. And so, having established this primal, universal impulse, this bedrock of human consciousness from which all else grows, we turn naturally to the first great question this impulse produced. If there is a pattern, a meaning, a consciousness behind the world, how did it all begin? Every culture, in its isolation, confronted the mystery of origins. And as we will see, when they told the story of creation, they did not tell 1,000 different stories. They told, in essence, the same one. Before there were cities, before there were kings, before there were even words for the things. Where did all of this come from? The sky, the earth, the sea, the stars, the very ground beneath our feet. Every human culture, in its infancy, has looked out at the world and told a story to answer it. These are not mere fables. They are the foundational architecture of reality, the first maps of existence. They tell us who we are by telling us where we began. And as we will see, these stories, whispered across continents and millennia, bear a family resemblance so striking it cannot be coincidence. The oldest written creation story we possess comes from the floodplain of Mesopotamia. Around 1100 years before the Common Era, a Babylonian scribe pressed his stylus into wet clay and recorded the Enuma Elish, the epic of creation. But its roots stretch back 1,000 years further, into the Sumerian mists. It begins with a vision of absolute, undifferentiated potential. There is no earth, no sky. Only the primordial waters, a roiling saltwater chaos named Tiamat, mingled with the sweet, fresh waters of Apsu. From this watery abyss, the gods themselves are born, and through a cosmic conflict, the world is made. The victor, Marduk, takes the body of the slain Tiamat and splits it like a clamshell. One half he raises up to become the dome of the heavens. The other he sets below to become the foundation of the earth. Order is carved from chaos. Dry land is separated from the waters. Now, hold that image in your mind, a formless deep, a divine spirit moving over the face of the waters. A separation of light from darkness, of the waters above from the waters below, of the sea from the dry land. The sequence is unmistakable. It is the opening chapter of the book of Genesis. The structural parallel is so precise, so step-by-step identical, that it has fueled scholarly debate for centuries. Did the Hebrew authors know the Babylonian epic? Almost certainly, during the exile in the 6th century BCE. But the deeper truth may be more profound than mere borrowing. It suggests a shared ancient Near Eastern way of imagining the very act of creation. Not as building from nothing, but as bringing order to a pre-existing, watery chaos. The world begins not with a word, but with a separation. Far to the east, along the banks of the Indus and Sarasvati rivers, a different kind of question was being sung. In the Rig Veda, composed around 1500 BCE, we find the Nasadiya Sukta, the hymn of creation. It is perhaps the most intellectually daring poem in all of ancient literature. It describes a time before being and non-being, before death and immortality. There was only the one, breathing without breath by its own impulse. Then comes the stanza that stops the heart. Who really knows? Who will here proclaim it? Whence was it produced? Whence is this creation? The gods came afterwards, with the creation of this universe. Who then knows whence it has arisen? The poet does not claim revelation, he admits radical, sublime ignorance. Even the gods, he says, do not know the origin, for they too are part of the created order. This is not a story of a maker, but a meditation on the ultimate mystery. A theological humility so advanced it would not find a public voice in the West for another 3,000 years. This theme of separation, of a world born from division, echoes across the globe. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Maori creation tradition speaks of Te Kore, the nothingness, the void. From it emerges Teipo, the night, the long darkness. And within that darkness, the Sky Father Ranginui and the Earth Mother Papatuanuku come into being, locked in a tight, passionate embrace. Their children are born into the cramped space between them, a world without light. Yearning for room to grow, for light to see, the children conspire. They force their parents apart. The god of forests props the Sky Father high above with his great trees. The separation is traumatic, a primal rupture. Ranginui weeps, and his tears become the rain. But in that separation, the world of light, of space, of life is made possible. Listen to the structure, a primordial state of unity or chaos, a pair of cosmic parents, sky and earth. A forced separation that creates the ordered cosmos. This is not a Maori story alone. It is the very plot of Hesiod's Greek Theogony, written around the 8th century BCE. There, first comes chaos, the yawning gap. Then Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the starry heaven, emerge. They too unite, and their children are trapped within Gaia. The Titan Kronos, at his mother's urging, takes a sickle and severs his father Uranus from the earth, freeing the Titans and beginning the reign of the gods. The same narrative bones, fleshed out with different cultural skin. A world born not from nothing, but from a necessary, often painful, division of a primal unity. In the high deserts of ancient Persia, a prophet named Zarathustra conceived of a creation with a startling purpose. For the Zoroastrians, the supreme wise lord, Ahura Mazda, is all good but not all powerful. he is opposed by a separate, destructive spirit, Angra Mainyu. And so, Ahura Mazda creates the material world, the earth, the sky, the waters, the plants, the animals, and finally humanity, as a trap. He fashions it perfect and pure, knowing his adversary will be drawn to attack it, to corrupt it. The world is a spiritual battleground from its very first moment. Humanity's role is to tend to creation, to repair the damage done by the destructive spirit, and to choose the side of good. This cosmic dualism, this idea of creation as a contested space, flowed directly into Jewish thought during the Babylonian exile. It would become the engine of Jewish apocalyptic literature, shape early Christian understandings of evil, and influence Islamic cosmology. The world is not merely a stage, it is a theatre of war between light and darkness. Not all creation myths are about a single, finished event, locked in the distant past. For the Lakota Sioux of the North American plains, creation is an ongoing relationship. The world is shaped by the movements and actions of sacred beings like the white buffalo calf woman who brought the sacred pipe and the ceremonies. For the Maya, whose story is recorded in the Popol Vuh, the gods made several attempts at creating humans, first from mud, then from wood, before finally succeeding with maize. Their work was iterative, a process of trial and error. And in the dream time of Aboriginal Australians, the world was sung into being by ancestral beings who travelled across the landscape, their journeys forming rivers, mountains, and waterholes. These sites are not just geography, they are living scripture. Creation is not a past tense verb. It is a present continuous one, sustained through ritual, story, and ceremony. To walk the land is to participate in the act of creation itself. This brings us to the single most persistent element, the one ingredient found in creation accounts from every corner of the earth. It is not a god, it is not a garden, it is not even a word, it is water. In the Egyptian tradition, the primeval mound of creation rises from the waters of Nun. In the Norse Eddas, the giant Ymir is formed from the dripping ice of the primordial rivers. In the Polynesian stories, the god Tangaroa fished the islands from the deep sea. From the floodplains of Mesopotamia to the islands of the Pacific, from the frozen north to the Indian subcontinent, the pattern holds. The starting point is a boundless, dark, undifferentiated sea, a formless deep. Why? Perhaps because water is the ultimate shapeshifter. It has no form of its own, yet it can take any form. It is life-giving and terrifying, transparent and opaque. It is the perfect metaphor for the formless potential that precedes all things. The human mind, independently, repeatedly, reached for the same elemental image to describe the unimaginable, the everything that was before the something. Consider the implications. Cultures that could not possibly have been in contact, the Maori of the Pacific, the Norse of Scandinavia, the Igbo of West Africa, all began their world with water. This cannot be explained by a single, forgotten source civilization. It points to something deeper in the human psyche. An intuition, perhaps born from our own biological beginnings in the womb, that life emerges from liquid darkness. Or an observation from the natural world, that after the chaos of a flood, new land emerges, that after a rainstorm, life sprouts. The order we know is carved from a watery chaos we can still sense in the depths of the ocean, or the chaos of a storm. This shared intuition is a powerful clue. It suggests that our earliest stories are not arbitrary inventions, but reasoned responses to the world, using the metaphors available to a pre-scientific mind. They are attempts to narrate the unnarratable. So we are left with a tapestry of beginnings, woven from threads of startling similarity, a world born from separation. A cosmos emerging from a watery abyss. A process sometimes attributed to a knowing creator, sometimes to battling gods, sometimes to the yearning of children for light. Some stories are confident in their divine architects. Others, like the Rigveda's hymn, sit in reverent silence before the mystery. But all of them serve the same profound human need, to ground our existence in a story that makes sense of the sky above and the earth below. They are the first chapters in every culture's autobiography. And if these opening chapters sound so familiar across such vast divides of time and space, it begs a question. What other patterns might we find? If the beginning is so universally echoed, what about the end, or the great crisis in between? Perhaps a cataclysm so vast it too was written into the memory of every people, a flood that drowned the world. The structural parallels in these creation accounts form a foundation. They show us that humanity's first forays into ultimate questions followed remarkably similar cognitive paths. We looked at the same world and used similar logic, similar metaphors, to explain its origin. This shared narrative architecture is the first major pillar in our exploration of what every religion shares. It reveals a common grammar of wonder. But a creation story sets a stage. It establishes a world, an order. The next great universal story asks what happens when that order is violently, catastrophically undone. It is a story of uncreation, of a cleansing deluge, of a world washed clean and begun again. It is a story found in the epic of a Mesopotamian king, in the lore of a Hebrew patriarch, and in the traditions of cultures from the mountains of China to the forests of the Americas. It is the story of the flood. From the ordered cosmos carved from primordial water, we turn now to the narrative that threatens to return everything to that same chaotic deep. The creation myths gave humanity a home, a place in the cosmos. The flood myths test that home to its very limits. They ask a terrifying question. What if the foundation itself can be washed away? What if the separation of land from water is not permanent? These are stories of divine regret, of human failing, of a fragile world reset. They are, in a profound sense, the second chapter in a global story. And as we will see, the parallels between a Babylonian epic discovered in the ruins of Nineveh and a Hebrew tale carried across deserts are so precise, so detailed, that they forced the 19th century to completely reimagine the origins of its own sacred history. The water that began the world would return to nearly end it. The journey from the first question to the first cataclysm is a short one in the human imagination. Having established how we got here, we immediately confront the fear of losing it all. The flood narrative is that fear mythologized. It is a story of survival against impossible odds, of a warning heeded, of a covenant made after the waters recede. It is a story that binds humanity together not in our beginnings, but in our shared vulnerability. And it is a story whose archaeological and geological echoes suggest it may be more than just myth. It may be memory. A memory of rising seas, of broken ice dams, of fertile valleys swallowed by the sea at the end of the last ice age. A global trauma written into the bedrock of our oldest stories. From the safe, ordered world of creation, we now venture into the storm. The rain begins not as a gentle fall, but as a weight. It is the sky itself collapsing, a solid wall of water that blots out the sun and swallows the horizon. The wind is not a sound, but a force, tearing trees from the earth and flattening villages of mud brick. In the darkness, a single point of light, a fire, guttering in the downpour, on the deck of a vast, ungainly wooden vessel. It rides the crest of a wave that has no end, a mountain of black water moving across a drowned world. This is the oldest nightmare of our species, the deluge, the end of everything. And it is a story told in every corner of the globe, whispered across millennia in 100 different tongues, as if the memory is written in our bones. Long before the biblical scribes set down the story of Noah, another flood survivor sailed through Mesopotamian memory. His name was Utnapishtim, the Faraway, and his tale is inscribed in the cracked clay of tablet Exile of the Epic of Gilgamesh. This Akkadian text, written around 1800 BCE, draws on Sumerian stories centuries older. In it, the god Ea warns Utnapishtim of the god's decision to destroy humanity. The instructions are chillingly precise. Tear down your house of reeds and build a boat of equal length and width. Coat it with bitumen. Bring aboard the seed of all living creatures. The storm comes, so violent it terrifies the gods themselves. For 6 days and 7 nights the tempest rages. On the 7th day, the sea grows calm. Utnapishtim sends out a dove, then a swallow, and finally a raven, which does not return. He offers a sacrifice on the mountain where his ark has come to rest. The parallel to the Genesis narrative is not a vague similarity. It is a structural mirror. Divine warning, specific construction plans, the gathering of animals, the catastrophic storm, the grounding on a mountain, the birds sent to find land, the post-flood sacrifice. When this tablet was first translated in 1872, the scholarly world was shaken. It proved the Noah story was not a unique Hebrew revelation, but part of a much older, shared Near Eastern tradition. But the flood is not confined to the river valleys of the Middle East. It is a global echo. In ancient India, the god Vishnu takes the form of a giant fish, the Matsya avatar. He appears to the sage Manu, telling him to build a massive ship and take aboard all living beings, for a great deluge will cleanse the world. In Greece, the virtuous Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha are warned by Prometheus. They survive a 9-day flood in a chest, later repopulating the earth by casting stones behind them, which become new people. In China, a different struggle unfolds. The hero's Gun, and then his son Yu, battle a relentless heaven-sent flood for generations, not with an ark, but with monumental engineering, dredging channels to guide the waters back to the sea. Across the Atlantic, in the Aztec tradition, the god Tezcatlipoca warns the first humans, Nata and Nena, to hollow out a great log and seal themselves inside with a single ear of maize, surviving the flood that destroys the Son of Water. These stories emerged in cultures that, for all practical purposes, were geographically isolated from one another for thousands of years. This global chorus of deluge narratives poses a profound question. Are they purely mythological inventions, born from a universal human anxiety? Or could they be distant, distorted memories of something that actually happened? The Earth's geology holds a possible answer. As the last ice age ended, around 10,000 BCE, the world's great ice sheets began to melt. Global sea levels rose by nearly 400 feet over centuries. Coastlines retreated, sometimes for miles. Inhabited lands vanished forever beneath the rising waves. For the hunter-gatherer communities living on those fertile coastal plains, this was not a slow, imperceptible change. It was a series of catastrophic events, storm surges, breached barriers, rapid inundations. The memory of watching the sea claim your home, your hunting grounds, the graves of your ancestors, could easily become the stuff of legend. But one proposed event is more specific and more dramatic. In 1997, geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman published a revolutionary hypothesis. They argued that the Black Sea was once a much smaller freshwater lake, lying hundreds of feet below the level of the Mediterranean. Around 5600 BCE, they proposed, the natural dam at the Bosphorus Strait catastrophically failed. What followed was a deluge of biblical proportions. Seawater poured through the gap with the force of 200 Niagara Falls, they estimated. The Black Sea's shoreline would have advanced by a mile a day, its level rising inches every hour. The fertile plains surrounding the ancient lake, home to some of Europe's earliest farming communities, were swallowed. Villages disappeared. People fled in terror, carrying with them not just their possessions, but a story. A story of a roaring wall of water sent by the gods, of a world drowned, of a desperate escape to higher ground. Ryan and Pittman suggested this single traumatic event could have seeded the flood myth into the collective memory of the displaced populations. These refugees would have spread north into Europe and east into Anatolia and beyond, taking the story with them. Whether this specific hypothesis is correct, the geological record is clear. Our planet has known catastrophic floods, and human memory is long. Beyond the possible historical or geological kernel, the flood myth serves a deeper, theological function that is identical across cultures. It is a story of moral reset. The pattern is unwavering. Humanity becomes corrupt, violent, or forgetful of the divine. The gods, or heaven, in response, decide to wipe the slate clean with a purifying catastrophe. But a single righteous individual or family is warned and preserved. They ride out the destruction and emerge into a washed world, charged with beginning again. The flood is not merely a punishment, it is a rebirth. The Babylonian gods regretted the flood's violence. The biblical God establishes his rainbow covenant, promising never to destroy all life again. This narrative speaks to a universal religious intuition that the world as we find it is a fallen, broken version of what it should be. That human society tends toward corruption. And that renewal requires a return to the foundational principles, often through a searing, transformative trial. The ark, the chest, the hollow log, these are more than lifeboats. They are wombs, carrying the fragile seed of a better humanity through the chaos of dissolution into a new dawn. This moral and prophetic dimension is powerfully emphasized in another great Abrahamic tradition. In the Quran, the story of the flood is told not once, but across multiple surahs. The prophet is Nuh, or Noah. The narrative details are familiar: the divine command to build the ship, the loading of the faithful and the animals, the coming of the waters. But the Quranic focus shifts decisively. The emphasis is less on the mechanics of the ark, and more on the decades Nuh spent warning his people. For 950 years, according to the Quran, Nuh preached to a community that mocked him, rejected him, and covered their ears. Only a handful believed. The flood, therefore, becomes less a general punishment for human wickedness, and more a specific consequence for the rejection of a prophet. It is a parable about the social isolation and persecution of the truth-teller. This theme connects Nuh directly to the stories of Moses confronting Pharaoh, of Jesus being rejected in Nazareth, and of Muhammad being driven from Mecca. The water that rises is the culmination of a long history of refusal to listen. It underscores a central tenet of prophetic tradition: the message is a mercy, but to spurn it is to choose catastrophe. From the cuneiform tablets of Mesopotamia to the oral traditions of the Americas, the flood myth persists. It is a story of endings and desperate beginnings. It asks whether our oldest stories are built on the bedrock of real catastrophe, the sudden, terrifying rise of waters that reshaped our world and our ancestors' lives. The evidence whispers that they might be, but it also functions as a powerful, shared moral compass. It is a narrative warning about the consequences of collective corruption, a testament to the preservation of righteousness against impossible odds, a story of covenant and second chances. As the waters recede and the ark door opens onto a mud-slicked, silent world, every tradition describes a moment of sacrifice, of gratitude, and of a promise made between heaven and earth. This moment of fragile renewal leads us inevitably to the next great universal pattern: For what is a covenant? A promise of life, without the concept of sacrifice that secures it. From the floodwaters that cleanse, we turn to the even more ancient and pervasive story of the God who dies, and in dying, brings life back to the world. In the deep places of human memory, there is a story that refuses to stay buried. It is a story told in the flicker of torchlight on cave walls, in the murmur of chants by riverbanks, in the silence of tombs. It is the story of a God who dies. Not a final, extinguishing death, but a transformative one. A descent into darkness, a confrontation with the void, and a return that changes everything. This is not the story of one faith, one people, or one time. It is a pattern etched into the bedrock of belief itself, a recurring dream of the sacred that haunts humanity from the deserts of Egypt to the frozen forests of the north. It is the story of the seed that must fall into the earth and crack open to bring forth life. It is the story of the sun vanishing each night only to be reborn at dawn. It is, perhaps, the story we tell because we cannot bear the finality of the grave. And so we imagine a God who walks through it first. The pattern is unmistakable once you learn to see it. A divine or semi-divine figure is betrayed, murdered, or willingly surrenders life. The body is broken, dismembered, or sealed away. A descent follows, into the underworld, into the earth, into a state of non-being. And then, against all logic of the mortal world, a return. Not as a ghost, but transformed, possessing a new kind of life and a new authority. This narrative arc appears in Osiris along the Nile, in Dionysus in the Greek vineyards, in Tammuz in the Mesopotamian reed beds, in Persephone in the Eleusinian mysteries. It echoes in the corn god of the Mayan rainforest, and thunders through the Norse sagas with Odin upon the world tree. 2,000 years ago, it found its most historically specific expression in a Roman execution outside Jerusalem. The structural identity of these stories, across continents and millennia, has fueled one of the most heated debates in the study of religion. Are these echoes proof of a universal spiritual truth, glimpsed in fragments? Or are they merely the common furniture of the human mind, building its myths from the same psychological blocks? The answer may be both. The dying and rising God is not a borrowed story. It is a recurring answer to a perennial human question: what if death is not the end but a door? We begin in the heat and dust of ancient Egypt, with the oldest complete version of this story. The myth of Osiris is a tale of political murder, profound love, and reassembly. Osiris, the wise king, is betrayed and killed by his brother Set. His body is cut into 14 pieces and scattered across the Nile Delta. His devoted wife and sister Isis searches tirelessly, gathering each fragment. She cannot find the final piece, his phallus, consumed by a Nile fish. Yet through her magic and her love, she reassembles him, fashions a replacement, and conceives their son, Horus. Osiris is resurrected, but he does not return to the land of the living. He ascends to rule as king of the dead, judge of the underworld. This narrative, fully formed in the pyramid texts over 4,000 years ago, was still being told when the Greek historian Plutarch recorded it around 100 CE. The parallels to another, later story are arresting. A wise teacher, betrayed by a close associate. A body broken and subjected to public suffering. A devoted follower, in this case a mother, witnessing the horror. A resurrection to a transformed, eternal existence. Early Christian theologians like Justin Martyr and Tertullian knew the Osiris myth well. They argued fiercely that the Egyptian story was a demonic parody, planted by Satan to confuse the faithful. Their very vehemence reveals their deep discomfort. The mirror was too clear, the reflection too familiar. The ritual life of Egypt breathed this story. Each year, during the month of Khoiak, priests would mold figures of Osiris from Nile silt and barley seeds. These Osiris beds were watered and tended. The sprouting grain was the god's resurrected body, a promise of the Nile's return and the harvest's renewal. For the ordinary Egyptian, Osiris was not a distant myth. He was the hope that when their own heart was weighed against the feather of truth, they would see his face in the hall of judgment. He was the divine warrant that the pieces of a life, however scattered, could be gathered and made whole again. The psychological power of this is immense. It transforms trauma from a meaningless shattering into a sacred narrative with a guaranteed conclusion: reassembly. The body is not discarded, it is meticulously recovered. This is a theology of profound comfort, born from the very geography of a land that died and was reborn with every annual flood. Far to the north, in a world of frost and pine, a different god hangs on a different tree. The Norse god Odin, the All-Father, is not murdered. His sacrifice is entirely voluntary. In the Old Norse poem Havamal, Odin speaks, "I know that I hung on a windswept tree 9 long nights, wounded with a spear, dedicated to Odin, myself to myself." He hangs on Yggdrasil, the world ash tree, for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear. He stares into the abyss of death and non-being. He refuses the meed of comfort. On the 9th night, in a flash of agony and insight, the runes, the magical alphabet and the secrets they hold are revealed to him. He seizes them with a cry, and then falls from the tree, reborn. The knowledge he gains is not hoarded. He gives it to gods and humans alike. His suffering purchases wisdom for the world. Here, the structure shifts from political murder to willing, questing self-sacrifice. The death is not an end, but a means to a transformative revelation. The god dies to himself to become a conduit of sacred knowledge. The parallel to Christian atonement theology is functional, not narrative. In both, a divine figure undergoes extreme suffering. In both, that suffering has a redemptive purpose for humanity. Odin's hanging is not for the forgiveness of sin, but for the gift of wisdom, the tool with which humans might navigate a chaotic world. Yet the core equation holds: divine suffering yields a divine gift for mortals. This story was not abstract philosophy for the Vikings, it was embedded in their social rituals. The blot, or sacrificial feast, often involved hanging animal offerings from trees in sacred groves. The gallows itself was called Vagadar, the horse of the slain, a grim echo of Odin's 8-legged steed Sleipnir. To die by hanging was, in a dark sense, to be dedicated to Odin. The god who hung himself understood the price of sovereignty and knowledge. He was not a remote skyfather. He was a god who had paid in flesh and time for the secrets he held. This made him a god of kings and poets, of those who sought power through painful insight. When a Norse warrior faced his own likely death in battle, he could envision a god who had stared into that void and returned with power. The resurrection here is intellectual and sovereign. Odin returns not to rule the dead, but to rule the living with hard-won, terrible wisdom. Across the Atlantic, in the high-altitude basin of Mexico, the story takes on a more terrifying, literal ferocity. For the Aztecs, the universe was not a gift, but a debt. Their creation myths told of the gods sacrificing themselves at the dawn of time to set the sun in motion and create the world. The sun itself, Tonatiuh, required the daily fuel of human hearts to continue its journey across the sky. The most precious offering was human life, the Chalchihuatl, precious water or blood. The god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, undergoes a ritual death and descent into the underworld to gather the bones of previous creations, mixing them with his own blood to create a new humanity. His resurrection is implicit in his return. This cosmological framework meant that sacrifice was not cruelty, it was sacred reciprocity. It was the payment on an existential loan. The entire Aztec ritual calendar was a meticulously scheduled economy of debt repayment to the gods. The famous flower wars were not primarily for territorial conquest, but for the capture of sacrificial victims, the precious eagle cactus fruit. The dying god here is not a singular event, but a continuous, cyclical process in which humanity must actively, violently participate. The god shows the way by dying first, humans follow, not in mythic memory, but in real, bloody ritual. This theology of cosmic debt finds a startling parallel in the ancient Vedic world. The Hindu concept of yajna, ritual sacrifice, was originally the engine of the universe. The gods themselves performed the first sacrifice, and the world was created from its remnants. Maintaining cosmic order, Rita, required continuous sacrificial offerings, ghee, grain, soma, and in earlier times, animals. The sacrifice was a transaction that sustained the fabric of reality. While Hinduism evolved beyond literal blood sacrifice, the principle remained. The universe operates on a principle of gift and exchange. The god who dies in the Aztec world finds his structural counterpart not in a single Hindu deity, but in the very logic of the cosmos. To give life, something of equal value must be offered. This is the dying god principle distilled to its most austere metaphysical form. Life is purchased with life. The sacred is not separate from this economy. It is its author and its most profound participant. But what of a tradition that explicitly rejects the idea of a creator god, let alone one who dies? Buddhism offers a profound and subtle variation. There is no divine sacrifice in the Theravada canon. Yet in the Mahayana tradition that spread across East Asia, a parallel ideal emerges, the Bodhisattva. This is an enlightened being who has attained the wisdom and compassion to step off the wheel of suffering, to enter nirvana. But at the very threshold they pause. They look back at a world still drowning in ignorance and pain. And they make a vow: I shall not enter final nirvana until all sentient beings are liberated. They voluntarily turn away from their own release and re-enter the cycle of birth, death, and suffering. This is a sacrifice of a different order, not of physical life, but of ultimate peace. The Bodhisattva willingly bears the suffering of the world, life after life, as a guide and a savior. The most famous is Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, who hears the cries of the world. In function, this is strikingly similar to the Christian concept of vicarious atonement. One being takes upon themselves the burden of others' suffering to effect their liberation. The mechanism is different: grace versus merit transfer, divine intervention versus compassionate vow, but the structural heart is the same: redemptive self-sacrifice for the sake of others. This ideal was made flesh in stories of Buddhist monks. The Jataka tales, stories of the Buddha's past lives, are filled with acts of extreme self-sacrifice. As a prince, he gives his own body to feed a starving tigress and her cubs. He offers himself as a living bridge over a chasm. These are not myths of a dying god, but of a future Buddha practicing the perfection of generosity, literally giving himself away piece by piece, life by life. The resurrection here is not of the body, but of the opportunity to try again in a new form, to continue the work of compassion. The dying god pattern adapts to a non-theistic framework. The sacred sacrifice is not performed by a deity to save humans from death, but is performed by an advanced human, and ultimately by all aspiring Buddhists, to save others from suffering. The axis of the story shifts from vertical, between God and humanity, to horizontal, across the community of sentient beings. Yet the core motif of life giving through death remains, transformed but recognizable. So why does this pattern haunt us? From the reassembled body of Osiris to the hanging body of Odin, from the bleeding heart offered on an Aztec pyramid to the boundless compassion of the Bodhisattva, the story mutates but persists. It speaks to a deep human intuition that the most valuable things, wisdom, order, compassion, eternal life, cannot be had cheaply. They have a price, and that price is steep. It is the price of the self. The stories suggest that the sacred itself understands this economy, participates in it, indeed inaugurates it. A God who cannot die is a God who cannot truly understand the central terror of the human condition. But a God who chooses death, who undergoes dissolution and returns, becomes a guide. They map a path through the unimaginable. They prove that the darkness is not absolute. In doing so, these narratives perform a psychological alchemy. They take the universal, personal trauma of mortality and reframe it. Death is no longer a meaningless, final theft. It becomes a necessary passage in a sacred story, a prelude to transformation. The grain of wheat must fall to the earth and die to bear much fruit. The debate over why these stories look so alike will continue. Did they spread along ancient trade routes, carried by merchants and soldiers? Or do they spring independently from the same depths of the human psyche, from our shared experience of seasons, of crops, of watching loved ones fade and hoping against hope? Perhaps both explanations are true. The pattern of the dying God is a spiritual archetype, a shape that belief naturally assumes when confronting the great negation. It is the ultimate act of imaginative resistance. We look at the fact of death and we tell a story of a God who beat it. And in telling that story, we find the courage to face our own night. But these gods do not simply die and rise in a vacuum. Their stories are intimately tied to the lives of those who tell them. They are received, wrestled with, and their meaning is fought for by extraordinary individuals, prophets, poets, and visionaries. These are the figures who hear a divine call, often in the depths of their own exile and suffering, and return to their people with a transformative message. Their journeys, marked by revelation, rejection, and triumphant return, form the next great pattern in our shared spiritual inheritance. The desert wind does not speak in words. It whispers across endless sand, a dry breath against the skin, a constant reminder of solitude. For millennia, human beings have walked into that emptiness, leaving behind the noise of the market, the warmth of the hearth, the certainty of the known world. They have climbed mountains alone in the dark, seeking something the crowded city could not provide. And from that profound silence, again and again, a voice has emerged, not from the wind, but through it. A call that would reshape history, delivered not to a crowd, but to a single, prepared soul in a place of radical isolation. This is not coincidence. It is a pattern etched into the foundation of faith itself. The prophet's journey begins not with a crowd, but with a departure. Across continents and centuries, the biographies of religious founders follow a map so consistent it seems preordained. The scholar Joseph Campbell called it the monomyth, the hero's journey, a call to adventure often initially refused. A crossing of a threshold into the unknown, a series of trials in that strange new realm. Then, the crucial moment, the gaining of a transformative revelation, a boon, a sacred knowledge. And finally, the often difficult return to the ordinary world, bearing that gift for the community. This is not merely a good story, it is the story. It describes Moses, a fugitive shepherd, encountering a burning bush that is not consumed on the slopes of Mount Horeb. There, in that barren place, he receives his mission and the divine name. It describes a man named Muhammad, who for years sought solitude in a cave on Mount Hira above Mecca, troubled by the spiritual state of his society. In the year 610 CE, during one such retreat in the month of Ramadan, he perceived a presence and a command, recite. It describes Siddhartha Gautama, a prince who abandoned his palace, sitting in unwavering meditation beneath a fig tree at Bodh Gaya. After a night of facing inner demons and memories, he saw the true nature of suffering and its cessation, becoming the Buddha, the awakened one. In ancient Bactria, the prophet Zoroaster, after years of seeking truth, waded into the waters of the deity river for a purification ritual. As he emerged, he had a vision of the radiant supreme wisdom, Ahura Mazda, who commissioned him to renew the world. From the Siberian tundra to the Amazon rainforest, shamanic initiation narratives follow this same arc: a solitary ordeal, a symbolic death, a meeting with spirit guides, and a return with healing power. The structure is universal because the human psychological and spiritual need it addresses is universal. We crave figures who have gone to the edge of what we know and returned with a report. But the journey to that moment of revelation is never swift or easy. The period of withdrawal and preparation is not an incidental prologue, it is the essential furnace in which the prophet is forged. Moses did not encounter the burning bush as a young prince in Pharaoh's court. He encountered it after 40 years of exile in the wilderness of Midian, a failed revolutionary turned shepherd, his ambitions broken by decades of obscurity. It was the man shaped by the desert's harsh lessons, not the confident noble whom the voice addressed. Muhammad received his first revelation at the age of 40, after years of what Islamic tradition calls Hanifiyya, a restless, solitary search for the pure monotheism of Abraham, a spiritual unease amidst Meccan idolatry. Those years of questioning were the necessary gestation. The Buddha's path is the most explicit map of this necessary breaking. After leaving his life of luxury, he spent 6 years in the forests of Uruvela practicing the most severe austerities. He reduced his food to a single grain of rice a day, held his breath until his head felt like it would burst, subjected his body to every form of deprivation believed to lead to liberation. He brought himself to the brink of death, and in that moment of total physical collapse, he realized the path was not there. The extreme had failed. This shattering of his previous understanding was the prerequisite for the middle way, the enlightenment that followed. The hero must be broken open before they can be made whole. The old self, with its assumptions and attachments, must die in the wilderness so a new consciousness can be born. The revelation is not information downloaded into an empty vessel, it is the culmination of a long, often painful process of inner excavation. This pattern extends beyond the founders, to the prophets who follow in their wake. Exile and persecution are not accidents of history, they are narrative necessities. Moses flees Egypt for his life after killing an overseer. Muhammad and his early followers are forced to flee Mecca in the pivotal Hijra of 622 CE, a migration under threat of assassination that marks the beginning of the Islamic calendar. The Buddha voluntarily exiles himself from the palace and his familial duties. Zoroaster is rejected and mocked by his own tribe for a decade before finding a patron in King Vishtaspa. The Hebrew prophets are defined by their outsider status. Elijah confronts the corrupt court of Ahab and Jezebel, then flees for his life into the desert. Jeremiah is imprisoned, thrown into a cistern, and called a traitor for his warnings. Amos, a shepherd from the southern kingdom, is told by the priest of Bethel to go home and prophesy there, not in the northern kingdom's royal sanctuary. The prophet who is immediately accepted, celebrated, and comforted by the community they address is, in the deep logic of religious storytelling, no prophet at all. Their authority is derived precisely from their willingness to stand against the current, to speak an unwelcome truth, to bear the cost of rejection. Their exile, whether physical or social, validates their message as coming from a source beyond popular approval. It proves their integrity. The suffering is the seal of authenticity. This motif assures believers that the message was not crafted for power or popularity, but was earned through sacrifice and remained uncompromised by it. The journey out is always followed by a return, but the return is to a community transformed by the very message that once provoked its hostility. This archetype is so powerful it manifests even in traditions without a single historical founder. In Hinduism, the concept of the avatar provides a divine parallel. An avatar is a descent, a deliberate incarnation of the divine into the world to restore cosmic balance, dharma. Lord Rama, the hero of the epic Ramayana, is born as a prince but endures 14 years of exile in the forest, where he suffers separation, battles demons, and ultimately defeats the tyrannical Ravana. Lord Krishna is born in a prison cell, escapes a genocide, grows up as a cowherd, and guides the warrior Arjuna through the moral crisis of war in the Bhagavad Gita. The future avatar, Kalki, is prophesied to appear at the end of the current age, a time of supreme corruption, to destroy evil and restart the cycle. Each avatar enters fully into the human condition, experiencing loss, hardship, and moral struggle to rectify it from within. This is not a prophet receiving a message, it is the divine source itself undergoing the journey. The structure mirrors Christian incarnation theology, where God enters history in Jesus, suffers, dies, and is resurrected to redeem creation. The narrative DNA is shared. A savior figure arrives at a point of crisis, endures the brokenness of the world, and through that very engagement restores a path to wholeness. Yet one prophetic tradition stands as a possible source, a template that flowed directly into the bedrock of the modern world's dominant faiths. The prophet Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, lived in ancient Persia, though his dates are fiercely debated, ranging from 1500 to 600 BCE. His experience established a paradigm that would echo for millennia. He received a revelation from a single, uncreated, supreme God of wisdom, Ahura Mazda. He was chosen as the sole prophet for this revelation. The message contained a clear, dualistic cosmic struggle between truth and falsehood, a definitive moral law for humanity to follow, and a linear history moving toward a final judgment and the renovation of the world. This was not a vague polytheism or a tribal deity. This was ethical monotheism, with a universal scope and an eschatological destiny. When the Jewish people experienced the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE, they came under the dominion of the Persian Empire, whose rulers followed Zoroastrianism. The cultural and theological exchange was profound. Concepts that were nascent or absent in earlier Hebrew thought, a clearly defined Satan-like figure, a detailed apocalyptic end of days, a systematic resurrection of the dead, a final judgment, flowered in post-exilic Jewish literature, like the Book of Daniel. These ideas then flowed directly into Christianity and Islam. Zarathustra's template, one God, one prophet, one law, one final reckoning, is not merely a parallel to Abrahamic faiths. Through the conduit of history, it is arguably their architectural blueprint. His journey established a prophetic mold that would shake billions of believers. The cave, the mountain, the river, the lonely tree, these are not just settings, they are sacred technology. They are the isolation chambers where the noise of the self and the world is stripped away, making space for a different frequency to be heard. The journey of withdrawal, trial, and return assures us that transformative truth is not found in the echo chamber of consensus, but in the vulnerable, costly encounter at the boundary of the known. It suggests that before a new law can be given to a people, the lawgiver must first be unmade and remade by a direct encounter with the source of all law. This pattern, from Moses to Muhammad, from the Buddha to the shaman, reveals a profound human intuition that the most important messages are not broadcast to the masses, but whispered to the one who has learned, through exile and endurance, how to listen. The revelations born back from these solitary vigils did not remain personal epiphanies. They crystallized into codes. They became the foundation for laws that would structure empires, dictate ethics, and judge human behavior for centuries. The voice from the burning bush delivered the commandments at Sinai. The recitation in the cave became the Quran, the literal word of God for Muslims. The Buddha's enlightenment was systematized into the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. Zoroaster's vision codified a cosmic moral law of good thoughts, good words, good deeds. The prophet's journey, in every case, culminates in a return with a gift for the community, a sacred code, a definitive guide for living. That return transforms personal mystical experience into social architecture. The solitary encounter becomes the collective covenant. The law is the prophet's journey, translated into rules for everyone else. And as we will see, these sacred codes, born in such different times and places, converge on a set of ethical principles so similar they point to a moral compass deep within humanity itself. The law. It is the spine of civilization, the invisible architecture that holds human societies upright. It is the line between chaos and order, the promise that actions have consequences, that justice is more than a whim. But where does law come from? In the modern world, we speak of legislatures and constitutions, of parliaments and courts. Yet for most of human history, the law was not made by men. It was received. It was revealed. It was discovered, etched not on parchment, but on the fabric of the cosmos itself. Across continents and millennia, in deserts and river valleys and mountain kingdoms, humanity's great traditions have all reached the same profound conclusion, that morality is not a human invention, but a divine discovery. The sacred code is not created, it is uncovered. And the astonishing truth is that when these codes are laid side by side, they speak in a single, unified voice. In the year 1754 before the Common Era, in the great city of Babylon, a king ordered a monument carved. It was not a celebration of a military victory, nor a tribute to a god's temple. It was a legal text. The Code of Hammurabi, inscribed on a pillar of gleaming black diorite stone, stands over 2 meters tall. At its summit, a bas-relief shows King Hammurabi standing before Shamash, the god of justice. The god extends the symbols of authority, the rod and the ring. The message is explicit. The law that follows comes not from the king's mind, but from the divine realm. The stele was placed in a public temple, so that any citizen could read its 2A2 laws. And what do those laws contain? If a man destroys the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye. If he breaks a bone, they shall break his bone. This is the principle of lex talionis, the law of retaliation. An eye for an eye. Centuries later, in the stark landscape of Sinai, another law code would be delivered, one that would shape the conscience of the West. The Mosaic Law, recorded in the books of Exodus and Deuteronomy, contains a strikingly similar injunction. Life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. The parallel is so precise it has fueled scholarly debate for generations. Does it suggest borrowing? Or does it point to something deeper, a shared understanding of proportional justice that emerged independently in the ancient Near East? For Jewish theology, the divine origin of the Torah is precisely what elevates it. The law is not merely a wise human statute. It is the revealed will of God, given within a covenant relationship. Yet the structural similarity to Hammurabi's code suggests the Torah was speaking a legal language. Its people already understood, refining and transforming a common tradition with a new, transcendent source of authority. The impulse to codify the sacred, to draw a bright line around human behavior, appears with equal force in a tradition born far from the deserts of Mesopotamia. 5 centuries before the Common Era, in the fertile plains of the Ganges River basin, a prince turned ascetic attained enlightenment. The Buddha's teachings were not presented as commandments from a creator God, but as practical truths about the nature of suffering. Yet at the heart of the path for every lay follower are the 5 precepts. These are not suggestions, but training rules. They are to refrain from destroying life, to refrain from taking what is not given, to refrain from sexual misconduct, to refrain from false speech, to refrain from intoxicants that cloud the mind. Place them beside the core of the Hebrew Decalogue. You shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not commit adultery. You shall not bear false witness. The convergence is unmistakable. In Islam, the Sharia, the divine law, similarly prohibits killing, theft, adultery, and false testimony. These parallels emerged in cultures with minimal contact. They were not copied from one another. They appear to be the foundational pillars of any stable society, the ethical minimum without which communal life collapses into distrust and violence. The sacred law, in these traditions, is not arbitrary divine decree. It is the necessary ground for human flourishing, discovered by wisdom or revealed by prophecy, but rooted in the very structure of what it means to live together. In the Warring States period of ancient China, a different kind of teacher offered a different kind of law. Confucius, who lived from 551 to 479 BCE, was famously reticent about gods and the afterlife. "We don't yet know life," he said. "How can we know death?" He described his project not as a religion, but as the restoration of social harmony. Yet the ethical system he articulated in the Analects, and which was expanded in the 5 classics, functioned for 2 millennia of Chinese civilization with the force of sacred law. It organized education, governance, family structure, and moral formation. It was the absolute standard, the unchanging measure of a good life and a well-ordered state. The Confucian gentleman was to cultivate virtue, humanness, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness. His behavior was to be a mirror of the cosmic order, the Tao. In this way, Confucianism performed the same function in China that the Torah performed in Jewish life. It provided a comprehensive guide for living that was considered timeless, authoritative, and woven into the nature of reality itself. It was a sacred code without a supernatural lawgiver, proving that the need for a transcendent ethical anchor is not dependent on the concept of a personal God. The law could be found in the patterns of heaven and the relationships of earth. This idea, that cosmic order and human law are reflections of one another, finds perhaps its most sophisticated expression in 2 concepts, from traditions that never met: the Hindu concept of Dharma and the Islamic concept of Sharia. Dharma is a Sanskrit word that resists a single English translation. It means duty, righteousness, law, truth, and the inherent nature of a thing. A soldier's dharma is to fight justly. A student's dharma is to learn. The sun's dharma is to shine. It is the moral order that sustains the universe, and human beings participate in it by fulfilling their own specific duties within the web of life. Similarly, Sharia in Islam is far more than a penal code. It means the path to water, the source of life. It encompasses ritual worship, personal ethics, commercial transactions, family law, and social justice. It is the comprehensive divine guidance for aligning human life with the will of God. Both Dharma and Sharia refuse the modern Western distinction between religious and secular law. For them, such a division is artificial. The cosmos is a moral order. The law that governs human society must be a subset of that greater cosmic law. To live outside it is to live in error, in adharma, or in sin. This is a vision of profound integration, where every action, from the most private prayer to the most public contract, is part of a single, sacred tapestry of meaning. Yet of all the ethical principles that crisscross the globe, one stands out for its sheer ubiquity and elegant simplicity. It is the principle of reciprocity. Treat others as you would wish to be treated. Do not do to others what you would not want done to yourself. The golden rule. It appears in the teachings of Confucius around 500 BCE. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. In the Jewish Talmud, the sage Hillel, around 30 BCE, was challenged to explain the entire Torah while standing on one foot. He replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. In the Christian Sermon on the Mount, Jesus states, "So in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets." In the Buddhist Dhammapada it is said, "Hurt not others in ways that you yourself would find hurtful." In the Hindu Mahabharata, this is the sum of duty: do nothing to others which would cause pain if done to you. And in the Hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, not one of you truly believes until you wish for others what you wish for yourself. This is not cultural diffusion. This is independent discovery, again and again, across the intellectual landscape of humanity. It is the ethical core, the beating heart within the body of sacred law. It suggests that at the deepest level, the foundation of morality is empathy, the capacity to see oneself in another. The sacred codes, with all their specific rituals and prohibitions, are ultimately vast, elaborate structures built upon this one, simple, universal human insight. The law, then, in its sacred form, is humanity's attempt to inscribe this empathetic insight onto stone, onto scroll, onto the human heart. It is the bridge between the ideal and the real, between the divine order and the messy reality of human community. The codes may differ in their particulars, the prescribed punishments, the ritual details, the sources of authority. But their convergent purpose is identical: to restrain our capacity for harm, to channel our energies toward good, and to remind us that we are not solitary creatures, but nodes in a vast network of mutual obligation. They answer the primal question of how we are to live together. And they answer it not with a shrug of relativism, but with the thunderous conviction that some things are simply, enduringly true. That murder is wrong, that theft destroys trust, that our word must have meaning, that we must look upon the face of another and see ourselves. This is the great discovery, repeated like a chorus across the centuries. The law is not ours to make up as we go along. It is ours to recognize, to receive, and to uphold. It is the shared grammar of our humanity, written in 1,000 scripts, but speaking a single, sacred truth. From the stone of Hammurabi to the palm leaves of the Pali Canon, the sacred code has always demanded more than mere intellectual assent. It calls for action, for embodiment. It must be lived. And this living of the law gives rise to its next, inevitable expression, not just in words carved in stone, but in movements repeated in time, in postures assumed by the body, in spaces designed for encounter. The law finds its voice in ritual. It moves from the page to the pulse. If the code is the blueprint, then prayer and ritual are the daily construction of the sacred world it envisions. The architecture of worship becomes the house where the law comes to life. This human need to enact the sacred, to physically perform the principles held within the law, leads us directly to the next universal pillar of religious experience. For once a society agrees on what is right, it must then create the habits that make doing right possible. It must build the rhythms and the spaces that turn ethical theory into daily practice. It must move from the codex to the gesture, from the commandment to the custom. This is where the sacred truly takes root, not just in the mind, but in the bending of the knee, in the turning toward Mecca, in the lighting of the Sabbath candle, in the silent meditation at dawn. The law provides the map. But prayer, ritual, and the architecture of the sacred provide the journey itself. They are the means by which abstract principles are woven into the very fabric of time and space, transforming ordinary life into an ongoing conversation with the divine order. They are how we build, stone by stone and breath by breath, a world that reflects the law we have been given. Imagine a world without clocks. A world where the sun and the moon are the only timekeepers, and the seasons turn in a slow, silent wheel. In such a world, how does the human spirit mark its passage? It does not count the days, it sanctifies them. Long before the first mechanical clock ticked, humanity discovered a profound truth: time itself could be made holy. Not by measuring it, but by interrupting it. By carving out moments from the relentless flow and declaring them different. This is the origin of ritual. It is the architecture of eternity built within the walls of ordinary hours. From the deepest caves to the highest temples, our ancestors learned to weave sacred rhythm into the fabric of existence. They discovered that through repeated gesture, through chant and posture and pilgrimage, the fleeting human could touch the timeless divine. This transformation of time begins with the most fundamental cycle, the day. In Islam, the call to prayer, the adhan, fractures the day 5 times. From the pre-dawn fajr to the night's isha, the Muslim world pivots on an axis of devotion. It is a daily reorientation of the soul toward Mecca, a constant reminder that life is more than mundane tasks. The lunar month of Ramadan intensifies this rhythm, turning a whole cycle of the moon into a collective act of fasting, prayer, and reflection. In Judaism, the Sabbath, or Shabbat, is not merely a day of rest, it is a sanctuary in time. From Friday sunset to Saturday night, ordinary work ceases. The lighting of candles, the sharing of wine and bread, these rituals build walls of sacred peace around 24 hours. The annual festival calendar, Passover, Shavuot, Sukkot, then maps the story of a people onto the turning of the seasons. Christianity structures the year as a grand narrative. The liturgical calendar begins in hopeful waiting with Advent, moves through the Incarnation at Christmas, the penitence of Lent, the tragedy of Holy Week, the triumph of Easter, and the fiery inspiration of Pentecost. It is the life of Christ experienced not as history, but as a living, recurring reality. In Hinduism, the cycle is both daily and cosmic. The morning puja, the offering of light, flowers, and water to the household deity, sanctifies the dawn. The year is then punctuated by festivals like Diwali, the festival of lights, or Holi, the festival of color, each celebrating a divine story and a cosmic principle. Buddhism, too, marks time with sacred observance. Vesak commemorates the Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and death. Vasa, the monsoon retreat, is a period of intensified meditation for monastics. These are not arbitrary holidays. They are hinges in time, points where the eternal swings into the present. But how does the body speak this language of the sacred? If time is shaped by ritual, then the human form is its most eloquent instrument. Across continents and centuries, the body assumes postures of reverence that seem written into our very bones. The most powerful of these is prostration, the complete lowering of the self to the ground. In Islamic Salah, the worshipper's forehead touches the prayer mat in the ultimate gesture of submission to Allah. During the Jewish High Holy Days, particularly in the recitation of the Alinu prayer, many worshippers will perform a full prostration, a rare but profound physical echo of ancient temple worship. In Eastern Orthodox Christianity, the deep bow or full prostration is a core ascetic practice, a physical prayer that embodies repentance and humility. In Hindu tradition, the act of pranama, touching the feet of an elder or a deity's image, is a gesture of respect and surrender. In Tibetan Buddhist practice, pilgrims will often prostrate themselves for miles along a pilgrimage route, measuring the journey with their bodies. This convergence cannot be a coincidence of cultural borrowing. It appears in traditions that grew from separate soil. It suggests a deep, instinctive human grammar. The body knows, before the mind can articulate, that to stand tall is a posture of the individual self. But to kneel, to bow, to lay oneself down, this is the posture of the soul encountering something infinitely greater. If the body moves in universal patterns of prayer, then the spaces built to contain that prayer speak a universal architectural language. Sacred architecture is never merely functional. It is theology rendered in stone and wood. Every major tradition builds according to a shared spatial blueprint. First, a threshold. A literal or symbolic boundary that marks the passage from the profane world into sacred space. One steps across, and the rules change. The noise of the marketplace falls away. Then, an axis mundi, a central point that connects earth to heaven. In the Jerusalem temple, it was the Holy of Holies, the dwelling place of the divine presence. In Mecca, it is the Kaaba, the cube-shaped building toward which all Muslim prayer is directed, a focal point of the universe. The Hindu mandir is designed as a cosmic mountain, its tallest spire, the Shikhara, representing the peak of Mount Meru, the center of the universe. The Buddhist stupa, with its central mast crowned by a series of umbrellas, is a diagram of the cosmos and the path to enlightenment. Even the Mesoamerican pyramid, with its steep stairway leading to a summit temple, is an axis mundi where priests could commune with celestial forces. Within these structures, holiness is graduated. One moves from an open courtyard to an inner hall to a final, restricted sanctuary. This progression mirrors the spiritual journey from outer community to inner revelation. And finally, sacred space is almost always oriented. Mosques face Mecca. Hindu temples have their main doors facing east, toward the rising sun. This alignment ties the human-built sanctuary to the cosmic order, embedding it within the larger architecture of creation. Within these consecrated spaces, the elements themselves are recruited into worship. Fire, water, incense, and the sustenance of bread or grain appear in ritual across the globe with a consistency that defies chance. These are the fundamental materials of life, transformed into symbols of the sacred. In Zoroastrianism, the sacred fire, the attar, is the supreme symbol of Ahura Mazda's light and truth. In the Iransha Atash Beram in Udvada, India, a fire has been kept burning continuously for over 1,000 years, tended by priests in a ritual of eternal vigilance. In Judaism, fire marks sacred time, the Shabbat candles that welcome holiness, the Hanukkah menorah that commemorates a miracle of light. In Christianity, the Paschal candle, lit from the new fire at the Easter Vigil, represents the risen Christ, its flame shared to light the candles of the faithful. Water cleanses and purifies. It is the mikveh in Judaism, the baptismal font in Christianity, the ritual ablutions of wudu in Islam, the sacred immersion in the Ganges for Hindus. Incense carries prayer heavenward on its fragrant smoke, a staple in Hindu puja, Buddhist temples, and Catholic and Orthodox liturgy. Bread and grain, the staff of life, become the substance of communion. The Jewish matzah, the Christian Eucharist, the Hindu prasadam, offered to the deity and then shared, all transform basic nourishment into a vehicle of divine grace and community. This physical vocabulary of ritual finds its ultimate expression in movement through space, the pilgrimage. The sacred journey is a universal spiritual technology. It externalizes the inner quest, mapping the soul's longing onto the geography of the earth. In Islam, the Hajj to Mecca is a once-in-a-lifetime obligation for those who are able. Millions converge, dressed in identical, simple white garments, performing ancient rites that reenact the faith of Abraham and Hagar. It is a profound equalizer and a collective return to the spiritual source. In ancient Judaism, the Torah commanded all Israelites to appear before God 3 times a year for the pilgrimage festivals of Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, turning Jerusalem into the pulsating heart of the nation. Christianity developed countless pilgrimage routes. The Via Dolorosa in Jerusalem traces the steps of Christ's Passion. The Camino de Santiago in Spain draws hundreds of thousands to walk ancient paths to the shrine of St. James, a journey of penance, reflection, and community. In Hinduism, the Char Dham, the circuit of 4 sacred sites in the Himalayas, represents the ultimate spiritual journey for liberation. For Buddhists, pilgrimage to the 4 key sites of the Buddha's life, Lumbini, Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, and Kushinagar, is an act of profound devotion and a way to walk in the footsteps of enlightenment. The pilgrimage reduces the pilgrim to essentials. It introduces fatigue, uncertainty, and encounter. It strips away the comforts of home, mirroring the soul's journey away from the ego and toward the sacred center. From the marking of sacred time to the postures of the praying body, from the geometry of temples to the elemental substances of fire and water, and finally to the transformative journey across land, it is a language humanity has been speaking since the first stories were told around a fire. These rituals are not empty repetitions. They are the grooves worn deep into human consciousness by countless souls seeking the same source. They are the practiced gestures that, over a lifetime, shape the individual into a vessel capable of holding the divine. They answer a deep need to not just believe, but to enact, to not just think, but to kneel, to not just hope, but to journey. This architecture of ritual, this shared grammar of worship, points to a unity of human spiritual experience that transcends doctrinal differences. It suggests that the impulse to pray, to sanctify, to journey is as fundamental as the impulse to breathe. And within this universal practice, one finds a recurring, powerful presence that has been venerated, suppressed, and transformed across the millennia. It is the presence of the sacred as mother, as source, as divine feminine. From the earliest figurines cradled in ancient hands to the titles whispered in the world's great cathedrals, the human story of the divine is also a story of the goddess. Long before the first temple was raised to a male god, before the first king claimed divine right from a heavenly father, human hands were shaping a different kind of sacred power. It emerged from the earth itself, from river clay and mammoth tusk and soft stone. It was small enough to hold, to carry, to pass from mother to daughter. Its form was the human body, but distilled to an essence: generous hips, full breasts, a rounded belly. These are the Venus figurines, and they are the oldest religious icons on our planet. They speak of a time when the mystery of creation was not a distant thunder from the sky, but a palpable force within the living world. A force that bled but did not die, that gave birth, that nourished. For tens of thousands of years, across the frozen landscapes of Paleolithic Europe, this was the face of the divine. It was a mother's face. Found from the Pyrenees to the plains of Siberia, these figurines are not portraits, they are principles. Carved between 40,000 and 11,000 years ago, they represent an investment of precious time and skill in an age of sheer survival. Their consistent features, the emphasis on fertility, the often faceless or abstracted heads, suggest they were not idols of a person, but vessels for an idea. The idea that life comes from the body of the world, and that this body is sacred. This was humanity's first theology, written not in words but in form. It was a theology centered on the feminine as the source and sustainer of all existence. The profound shift that would come later, with the rise of city-states and warrior kings and sky-fathers, would not erase this deep memory. It would bury it, transform it, and sometimes fear it. The journey from the cave sanctuary to the cathedral is, in part, a story of this negotiation with the first goddess. The first goddess whose name we know echoes from the dawn of cities. In the sun-baked mud-brick metropolis of Uruk, in ancient Sumer, she was Inanna. By 3000 BCE, her temples were the heart of civic and cosmic order. She was the Queen of Heaven, a title that would resonate for millennia. Inanna was a complex, formidable power. She was love and desire, her sacred marriage ensuring the fertility of the land. She was also war and political sovereignty, her lion a symbol of terrifying might. When the Babylonian Empire absorbed Sumerian culture, Inanna became Ishtar, her worship spreading across the Near East. For over 2,000 years, she was the most widely venerated deity in the region. Her attributes were a comprehensive catalogue of human aspiration and dread, sex, violence, fertility, and royal power, all contained within a single, feminine divine figure. This unitary, powerful goddess figure would not survive the theological streamlining of later empires. As monotheistic impulses began to coalesce, the multifaceted divine feminine was often broken apart. Her attributes were distributed, diluted, or reassigned. In Greece, Inanna's legacy split into two. Aphrodite inherited love and beauty. Athena took wisdom and strategic warfare. In Egypt, the great mother Isis, with her magical prowess and devotion to her resurrected husband Osiris, captured the nurturing, protective aspect. But something was lost in this division. The raw, paradoxical unity of the goddess, who could be both lover and destroyer, both nurturer and sovereign, was compartmentalized. Yet, the human longing for a feminine face of the divine did not disappear. It found a new and theologically precarious home at the very heart of the tradition that ostensibly worshipped a lone father god. That home was Mary. The veneration of the Virgin Mary in Catholic and Orthodox Christianity is one of the most vibrant and paradoxical devotions in religious history. Theologically, Mary is a human being, not a goddess. Yet the titles bestowed upon her, Theotokos, or God-bearer, Queen of Heaven, mediatrix of all graces, carry a weight that transcends ordinary humanity. Early church fathers were acutely, and often uncomfortably, aware of the parallels. The title Queen of Heaven was precisely the title used for Inanna, for Ishtar, for the Canaanite Astarte. When churches were built atop former temples to goddesses, and when Marian feast days coincided with ancient pagan festivals of the mother goddess, the continuity was palpable. The church officially condemned goddess worship, but it could not eradicate the deep-seated human need for a maternal intercessor. Mary became the vessel for that need, a figure who softened the stern judgment of the Father and the Son, who offered unconditional maternal compassion. In her, the divine feminine was not erased, but sublimated. While the feminine divine was being transformed and constrained in the West, it was flourishing with unparalleled theological richness in the East. In Hinduism, the goddess tradition was never suppressed. It evolved into one of the most sophisticated and vibrant expressions of the divine feminine in any world religion. Here, the feminine is not an attribute or an aspect, but fundamental cosmic power. This is Shakti, the dynamic energy that brings the universe into being, the active force of the otherwise quiescent divine masculine, Shiva. Without Shakti, scripture says, Shiva is a corpse. This is a radical cosmology, the feminine as the very engine of creation. This singular power manifests in countless forms. There is Durga, the beautiful warrior goddess who rides a lion into battle against the buffalo demon, a protector of cosmic order. There is Kali, her terrifying aspect, dancing on the body of Shiva, her necklace of skulls and lolling tongue representing the destruction of ego and the liberation from time itself. And there is Saraswati, goddess of wisdom, music, and art, whose serene presence inspires creation of a different kind. These are not separate beings, but facets of the same supreme reality. A Hindu devotee understands that the goddess who creates is the same goddess who destroys, and that both functions are necessary and sacred. This theology embraces the full spectrum of existence, birth, life, death, transformation, within the feminine principle. It is a vision that never required a reformation or a revival, because it was always central. The goddess here is not a consort in the shadows, but the sovereign of the universe in her own right. Her worship is public, philosophically rigorous, and emotionally overwhelming, a living continuum that stretches back to the earliest Indus Valley seals depicting mother goddesses. In Islam, the theological landscape is different. Allah is explicitly without gender, without consort, without offspring. the divine feminine in any manifest form is absent from formal doctrine. And yet, the tradition preserves and venerates female figures of extraordinary spiritual power. There is Khadijah, the Prophet Muhammad's first wife, a successful merchant who was his first believer and his unwavering support during the earliest, most perilous revelations. Her faith is considered a cornerstone. There is Fatima al-Zahra, the Prophet's daughter, whose purity and suffering in Shia Islam grant her a status that borders on the numinous. She is often called the mother of her father, a title of profound spiritual mystery. And there is Maryam, Mary, the only woman named in the Quran. Her story is told in a chapter named for her. She receives a divine annunciation, is chosen above all women, and gives birth to the Prophet Jesus through a miraculous breath of God's Spirit. Structurally, the narrative is deeply familiar, a bridge between Islamic and Christian piety. These women are not goddesses, but they are vessels of divine grace and action, proving that sacredness can be powerfully mediated through the feminine human form. Even within Judaism, the tradition that forged the most uncompromising monotheism, the feminine dimension of the divine found a subtle, mystical path of persistence. In the Hebrew language, the word for the divine presence, the Shekinah, is grammatically feminine. This is not merely a linguistic accident. In the Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition that crystallized in medieval Spain, the Shekinah becomes a central theological entity. She is the feminine aspect of God, the immanent presence that dwells among the Jewish people, especially in exile. She is described as the bride of the Holy One, blessed be He, and as the mother of Israel. In the Zohar, the foundational text of Kabbalah, the reunion of the Holy One and the Shekinah is the ultimate goal of religious practice, healing a cosmic rupture. Here, in the most abstract and philosophical reaches of Jewish thought, the divine feminine re-emerges not as a separate deity, but as an essential polarity within the one God. It is a profound acknowledgement that the human experience of the sacred encompasses both masculine and feminine qualities, and that the ultimate reality must, in some way, contain both. The story of the divine feminine is not a simple narrative of loss and rediscovery. It is a story of adaptation, of resilience, of a fundamental human intuition, finding expression within the constraints of every theological system. From the handheld Venus of the Ice Age to the cosmic Shakti of Hinduism, from the sublimated Queen of Heaven to the mystical Shekinah, the thread is unbroken. It speaks to a deep-seated recognition that the source of life is often experienced as maternal, that compassion wears a mother's face, and that wisdom itself is frequently imagined as feminine. This recognition has been worshipped, feared, fragmented, and philosophized, but it has never been eradicated. It persists in the whispered rosary in a cathedral, in the ecstatic cries before the image of Durga, in the mystical diagrams of the Kabbalist. It suggests that our conceptions of the divine are shaped not only by revelation and doctrine, but by the most basic realities of human existence. We are all born of a mother. That first relationship, of utter dependence and primal love, may be the oldest theological template of all. This enduring fascination with the feminine face of the sacred inevitably leads us to ponder the ultimate questions of origin and destination. If the Divine Mother is present at the beginning, what role does she play at the end? As we contemplate the cycles of creation and destruction embodied by goddesses like Kali, we are drawn to the human anxiety about what follows our own destruction. The mother who gives life is also, in many traditions, the figure who welcomes the soul after death. Isis reassembled Osiris for the afterlife. The Virgin Mary is invoked as a comfort at the hour of our death. This connection between the feminine divine and the final journey is a powerful bridge. For if the goddess is present in the mystery of birth, it is only logical that she would also hold the key to the greater mystery that awaits every one of us. This brings us to the next great convergence across faiths, the maps we have drawn of the world beyond this one, the elaborate, terrifying, and hopeful visions of heaven, hell, and the afterlife. The question arises for every human life, in every culture, in every age. It is the final mystery, the one experience we all share, but none can report back from. What happens when we die? Is it an ending or a beginning? A silence or a journey? Across the sweep of human history, our answers have been as varied as our civilizations. Yet within that astonishing diversity, certain patterns emerge again and again. The belief that something of us persists. The conviction that our actions here echo there, and the profound human need to imagine the geography of the unseen. From the painted tombs of the Nile to the silent towers of Persia, from the cycle of rebirth to the final judgment, we have built maps of the afterlife with the materials of hope, fear, and an unshakable sense that death cannot be all there is. The oldest surviving roadmap for the soul was not a vague collection of myths, but a precise, illustrated guide. In ancient Egypt, around 1550 BCE, scribes began compiling what we call the Book of the Dead. They knew it as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. This was not a single sacred text, but a customized collection of spells, prayers, and maps commissioned for individual burials. Written on papyrus and placed in the tomb, its purpose was practical, to ensure the deceased's safe passage through the terrifying landscape of the Duat, the underworld. The journey was fraught with peril, lakes of fire, demonic gatekeepers, serpentine monsters. The soul needed to know the names of these entities to pass them, a magical knowledge provided by the scroll. This was a religion deeply concerned with preservation, both of the physical body through mummification and of the spiritual identity through ritual text. The ultimate destination was the Hall of Two Truths. Here, in the presence of the god Osiris and a tribunal of deities, the soul's fate would be decided not by faith or divine grace, but by a meticulous moral audit. The climax of this Egyptian journey was a ceremony of breathtaking symbolic power, the weighing of the heart. The deceased's heart, believed to be the seat of conscience and memory, was placed on one scale. On the other was the feather of Ma'at, representing truth, justice, and cosmic order. If the heart was heavy with sin, it would sink. The balance had to be perfect. Should the heart outweigh the feather, the waiting monster Ammit, part lion, part hippopotamus, part crocodile, would devour it, resulting in a second, final death. But if the scales balanced, the soul was declared true of voice, and granted access to the reed-filled paradisiacal field of reeds. This was not a simple binary of heaven and hell. It was a forensic moral evaluation, a direct link between earthly conduct and posthumous destiny. The concept that the soul's eternal fate hinges on a divine weighing of deeds is an idea that would travel far beyond the sands of Egypt, echoing across millennia in traditions that could never have seen a papyrus scroll. Centuries later and a world away, a strikingly similar image appears. In Islamic eschatology, on the Day of Judgment, every person's record of deeds will be placed upon the mizan, the divine scales. Good deeds will have weight, evil deeds will have weight. The outcome of this weighing determines admission to paradise or consignment to hell. The structural parallel to the Egyptian ceremony is profound. Both traditions envision a post-mortem moral accounting using the precise, impartial metaphor of a balance. Both make the soul's eternal destiny contingent on the accumulated weight of a lifetime's actions. This is not a story of cultural borrowing in a simple sense. The Arabs of the 7th century CE were not students of Egyptian funerary religion. Instead, it suggests a deeper convergence. The human mind, grappling with the problem of justice beyond the grave, independently arrived at the same powerful symbol, the scale. It is an instrument of the marketplace, repurposed for the courtroom of eternity. It speaks to a universal intuition that our actions must be measured, that moral life has a quantifiable consequence, and that death is not an escape from accountability. But not all traditions imagine the afterlife as a final destination. In the ancient Indus Valley and the Gangetic Plain, a radically different cosmology took shape. In Hinduism and later Buddhism, the soul does not travel to a permanent heaven or hell. Instead, it is caught in samsara, the endless cycle of rebirth. Death is merely a transition, a doorway from one life to the next. The quality of that next life, whether one is reborn as a human, an animal, a god, or a tormented spirit, is determined by karma. This is not fate, but a natural law of moral cause and effect. Every action, word, and thought plants a seed that will bear fruit in this life or a future one. The goal, therefore, is not to pass a final judgment, but to escape the cycle entirely. To achieve moksha or nirvana, a liberation from the wheel of suffering and rebirth. This is a fundamentally different architecture of existence. Time is not a line running from creation to judgment, but a vast, repeating circle. Yet, for all its difference, this system shares the core conviction that unites it with the weighing scales of Egypt and Islam. What we do matters. Our ethical choices reverberate beyond the grave, shaping our ultimate destiny, whether that destiny is an eternal state or the nature of our next beginning. The bridge between these Eastern cyclical models and the Western linear models was built in ancient Persia. The prophet Zoroaster, teaching around 1000 BCE, constructed an eschatology of stunning complexity and influence. From his teachings in the Gathas, a coherent picture of the soul's journey emerged. Immediately after death, the soul faces a personal judgment at the Chinvat Bridge. Its own conscience, manifested as a maiden representing its deeds, appears. For the righteous, the bridge widens into a broad path leading to the House of Song, a paradise of light. For the wicked, it narrows to a razor's edge, and they fall into the House of Lees, a place of darkness and punishment. But Zoroastrianism looked further. It prophesied a final cosmic end to history, a resurrection of the dead, a last judgment, the total destruction of evil, and the Frashokareti, the renovation of the world into a perfect, eternal state. When the Jewish people experienced the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE, they lived under Persian rule for generations. They absorbed these revolutionary ideas. The concepts of individual judgment after death, a dividing bridge, a final resurrection, and a renewed world flowed into Jewish thought, and from there into Christianity and Islam. Our modern Western imagination of heaven, hell, and the end of days is, in its skeletal structure, profoundly Zoroastrian. This Persian system, for all its cosmic scope, still revolved around reward and punishment. Yet another, perhaps more ancient, understanding of death exists across indigenous traditions worldwide. Here, the afterlife is often neither a place of bliss nor torment, but a continuation of community. The ancestors do not depart to a distant realm, they remain near. In Shinto practice in Japan, in many African traditional religions, in Chinese ancestor veneration, the dead are believed to retain an active interest in the living. They can offer guidance, protection, and blessing, but they also require respect and sustenance through offerings and rituals. The boundary between the living and the dead is permeable, maintained through practice. This is a relational model of death. It addresses a different human need, not for justice or liberation, but for connection. The terror of death is not the fear of punishment, but the fear of separation and oblivion. By keeping the ancestors close, these traditions deny death its ultimate victory. They assert that love and memory can forge a bridge no underworld can break. Even in Catholicism, the doctrine of the communion of saints reflects this instinct, a spiritual solidarity linking the faithful on earth, the souls in purgatory, and the saints in heaven in a single, interconnected community. From the meticulously illustrated spells of the Egyptian scribe to the chanted prayers at a Zoroastrian Tower of Silence, humanity has poured its deepest hopes and fears into the vessel of the afterlife. Whether it is the linear journey to judgment, the cyclical turn of the wheel of rebirth, or the enduring presence of the ancestral spirit, Each model serves a profound psychological and social function. They provide comfort in the face of loss, enforce ethical behavior through cosmic consequences, and knit communities together across the generations. The sheer variety of these visions is a testament to human creativity. But their shared core, the insistence that death is not the end, that identity persists, and that our actions have weight in an unseen realm, points to something fundamental in our nature. We are, it seems, creatures who cannot conceive of our own extinction. We are storytellers to the last, and the greatest story we have ever tried to tell is the story of what happens next. The Egyptian hoped his heart would balance the feather. The Hindu seeks to burn away karma through righteous action. The Zoroastrian looked toward the renovation of all creation. The Buddhist aims for the still point beyond the turning wheel. The indigenous elder speaks the names of the ancestors, keeping the chain unbroken. Each path is different, yet all are responses to the same silent question. And in crafting these responses, our ancestors did something remarkable. They created not just beliefs, but physical objects to contain them. They wrote down the spells, inscribed the prayers, illuminated the sacred maps. They committed the word, the divine instruction for the journey beyond, to papyrus, to parchment, to palm leaf. This act of preservation, of turning oral tradition into sacred text, would become its own monumental chapter in the human search for meaning. For if the afterlife was the destination, then the written word became the most important luggage for the soul's journey. It was a testament of faith, meant to outlast the body itself. The Egyptian Book of the Dead was a custom-made guide, but its production was part of a vast industry of religious scribes. These specialists, working in temple workshops, would copy the standard spells from master texts, leaving blank spaces for the name of the deceased to be inserted. The cost varied with the length and quality of the papyrus and the illustrations. A full, lavish copy like the Papyrus of Ani was a luxury item, affordable only to the elite, a high official like Ani, a scribe and accountant of the temple offerings. For those of lesser means, cheaper versions with fewer spells or simpler drawings were available, or even just a single, crucial spell written on a scrap of papyrus placed in the mummy wrappings. This democratization of afterlife insurance reveals how deeply the belief permeated society. It wasn't merely a pharaoh's concern, it was a universal hope, scaled to every purse. The spells themselves were a mixture of potent magic and moral declaration. One of the most famous, the Negative Confession, involved the deceased standing before Osiris and 42 assessor gods, declaring innocence of a long list of sins. I have not stolen. I have not slain people. I have not told lies. I have not caused pain. I have not committed adultery. This was a public, ritual proclamation of a life lived in accordance with Ma'at. It was the soul's final argument in its own defense. The Zoroastrian influence on Jewish thought during the exile cannot be overstated. Before this period, the Hebrew Bible's view of the afterlife was shadowy and vague. Sheol was a dusty, silent underworld where all the dead, good and bad, went to a diminished, ghostly existence. There was no concept of individual reward or punishment after death. Justice was expected within one's lifetime. The trauma of the exile, the destruction of the temple, the collapse of the Davidic kingdom, shattered this worldview. How could a just God allow the righteous to suffer and die in a foreign land without recompense? Persian Zoroastrianism provided a powerful answer. Justice is deferred to a post-mortem tribunal. The soul is judged individually. The righteous are rewarded, the wicked punished. By the time of the later Hebrew books, like Daniel, written in the 2nd century BCE, these ideas had fully taken root. Daniel explicitly promises that many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. This is the doctrine of bodily resurrection, a direct import from Zoroastrian Frashakereti. It solved the theological crisis of the Exile and forever changed the trajectory of Western religion. The Buddhist and Hindu concepts of karma and rebirth represent a philosophical system of immense sophistication. Karma is not a simple scorecard of good and bad deeds, it is intention in action. A deed done with a selfish intention generates negative karma, even if the outward action appears good. A deed done with selfless compassion generates positive karma. The cycle of samsara is driven by craving and ignorance, the desire for existence and the mistaken belief in a permanent, separate self. The realms of rebirth, traditionally 6 in number, range from the blissful godly realms down through the human realm to the animal, hungry ghost, and hell realms. These are not eternal destinations, but temporary states. Even a god will eventually exhaust its good karma and fall back into a lower rebirth. The hells, with their vivid and gruesome descriptions in texts like the Divine Abode Sutras, are states of intense, self-generated suffering, but they too are temporary. The entire system is impersonal, a natural law as immutable as gravity. This removed the problem of Theodicy, why a good god allows suffering, by removing a creator god from the equation. Suffering exists because of past actions, not divine will. The path to liberation, therefore, is a path of self-understanding and ethical purification, breaking the chain of cause and effect that binds one to the wheel. Indigenous ancestral traditions offer a model of death that is deeply integrated with ecology and place. In many Australian Aboriginal cultures, the ancestors who died in the dream time became part of the landscape, a rock formation, a waterhole, a particular tree. The living country is literally composed of ancestral beings. To care for the land through ritual is to care for the ancestors. In Mesoamerican cultures like the Aztec, the afterlife destination was often determined not by morality, but by the manner of death. Warriors who died in battle and women who died in childbirth went to the sun god's paradise. Those who died from water-related causes went to the paradise of the rain god. The ordinary dead undertook a 4-year journey through the underworld, Mictlan, aided by grave goods buried with them. This was a practical journey, requiring tools and endurance. In West African traditions like the Yoruba, the ancestors, or Egungun, are actively invoked and can manifest through masked dancers during festivals, offering counsel and blessing to the community. The dead are not gone. They are a living part of the social fabric, essential for the continuation of life and culture. This relational view challenges the very dichotomy of life and death, presenting them as intertwined states in a continuous cycle of community memory. These diverse visions of the afterlife ultimately reflect the core values of the cultures that birthed them. Egypt's bureaucratic, orderly society produced a meticulous judgment ceremony. India's philosophical traditions produced a complex law of moral causation. Persia's cosmic dualism produced a grand narrative of ultimate victory. Indigenous societies, rooted in kinship and place, produced a model of enduring presence. Yet, in our globalized age, these models are no longer isolated. They meet, mix, and influence individual belief in new ways. A person might find psychological truth in the concept of karma, comfort in the idea of ancestral presence, and awe in the imagery of a final judgment. The human mind is capable of holding multiple maps of the unknown. What remains constant is the act of mapping itself. We cannot bear the terra incognita of our own end, so we fill it with stories, with landscapes, with consequences. We build heavens to aspire to, hells to warn us, and cycles to explain the mystery of suffering. We imagine bridges, scales, and endless fields. We do this not because we know, but precisely because we do not. And in that act of imaginative creation, we find a way to live with the one certainty we all must face. The stories we tell about death are, in the end, stories about life. They define what we value, what we fear, and what we believe we owe to one another. They are the ultimate ethical narratives. and for millennia, the primary vessels for these narratives have been the sacred texts themselves, the papyrus scroll, the palm leaf sutra, the illuminated parchment. These physical objects, crafted with such care, were meant to be conduits of eternal truth. They carried the words that could guide a soul, condemn a sin, or promise liberation. The next chapter of our journey asks how these words themselves came to be. How was the voice of the divine captured in human script? From the oral poets of the Rig Veda to the scribes of the Dead Sea, the story of sacred texts is a story of memory, devotion, and an unshakable belief that some words must never be lost. Imagine a world without books. A world where the most sacred words ever spoken are not written on parchment or carved in stone, but carried in the breath of human beings. They live in the throat, in the memory, in the precise movement of tongue and lip passed from teacher to student across 1,000 years. This is how the Word of God began. Not as ink on a page, but as a living sound, a vibration in the air that had to be caught and held perfectly by generation after generation. The sacred text is the cornerstone of faith, but before it was a text, it was a voice. And the journey from that first utterance to the bound volume in your hands is a story of astonishing human devotion, of fragile memory made permanent, and of the momentous, often controversial decisions that decide what is scripture and what is forgotten. The oldest sacred words we can still hear were never meant to be read, they were composed to be sung. Around 1500 BCE, on the plains of the Indus Valley, poets and seers began composing hymns to the gods of fire, sky, and storm. These were the Rig Veda, the foundational scripture of Hinduism. For 1,000 years, these 1,028 hymns existed nowhere but in human memory. They were transmitted orally with a precision that modern linguistics can now verify. The entire corpus, over 10,000 verses, was passed from teacher to student in an unbroken chain of sound. The training was brutal, a lifetime's work. Students learned not just the words, but the exact pronunciation, the intonation, the meter, and the melody. A single mispronounced syllable was considered a spiritual catastrophe. This was not mere memorization, it was a sacred technology of preservation. The language itself, Vedic Sanskrit, became a frozen river, unchanged by the centuries because to change it was to break the divine connection. When writing finally arrived in India, these custodians of sound viewed it with deep suspicion. The written word was dead, inert. The spoken word was alive, a direct conduit to the divine. The fact that the Rig Veda we read today is virtually identical to the one chanted 3 millennia ago is not a historical accident. It is one of humanity's most staggering intellectual achievements, a cathedral built not of stone, but of breath and disciplined memory. A different kind of preservation happened in the dry, silent caves overlooking the Dead Sea. Here, the word of God was not sung but painstakingly inscribed. Between 1947 and 1956, Bedouin shepherds stumbled upon jars containing ancient manuscripts in caves near Qumran. These were the Dead Sea Scrolls. Among them were copies of the books of the Hebrew Bible, dating from the 3rd century BCE to the 1st century CE. For the first time, scholars could look back 1,000 years before the oldest previously known Hebrew manuscripts. The question was terrifying: had the text changed? The answer, when it came, was a profound relief to the faithful. The Great Isaiah Scroll, for example, when compared to the medieval Masoretic text, was essentially the same book. The core narrative, the prophecies, the divine poetry, all had survived centuries of manual copying with extraordinary fidelity. This was not the work of a single scribe, but of an entire institution dedicated to textual purity. The scribes of Qumran and the later Masoretes were not just copyists, they were guardians. They developed intricate systems of counting letters, of marking rare words, to ensure that not a single character could be added or lost. A mistake meant starting the entire page, or even the entire scroll again. Their obsession was a form of worship. The scroll was not a container for holy words. The physical act of forming those letters was itself a holy act. But what happens when the founding voice falls silent, and the community is left with fragments of memory? This was the crisis that faced the early Muslim community after the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632 CE. The revelations he had received over 23 years existed in scattered forms, verses inscribed on palm leaves, leather, bone, and stone. But most importantly, they lived in the hearts and memories of his companions, the Hafiz. As those who had heard the Prophet directly began to die, particularly in battle, the risk of loss became acute. The Caliph Uthman ibn Affan, around 650 CE, took a decisive and controversial step. He ordered a committee to collect all written fragments and oral testimonies. Their task was to produce a single, standardized codex. This was not a simple compilation. Discrepancies emerged. Different companions remembered slight variations in dialect or order. Uthman's committee made choices based on the testimony of those closest to the Prophet and written fragments verified by multiple witnesses. Once the Uthmanic Codex was complete, he ordered all other versions to be destroyed. To some companions, this was a necessary act of unity to prevent schism. To others, it was a shocking suppression of legitimate variant readings, but the result was a text of remarkable stability. From Morocco to Indonesia, for 14 centuries, the Quran has remained linguistically and textually identical. For Muslims, this uniformity is not a historical footnote. It is a miracle, tangible proof of divine protection over the literal word of God. While the Quran was being consolidated in Arabia, another great project of preservation was reaching its culmination across the Indian Ocean. The Buddha had taught for 45 years, but he wrote nothing down. His teachings, the Dhamma, and the rules for his monastic community, the Vinaya, were preserved orally by his monks. For centuries they were recited in communal gatherings. But as Buddhism spread, so did the risk of dilution and doctrinal drift. The solution came under the patronage of one of history's most remarkable emperors, Ashoka of the Mauryan Empire. After a brutal conquest, Ashoka embraced Buddhism and its ethic of non-violence. Around 250 BCE, he convened the Third Buddhist Council at Pataliputra. Its primary goal was to purify the monastic order and, crucially, to definitively recite, settle, and commit the entire body of the Buddha's teaching to writing. This became the Pali Canon, or the Tipitaka, the Three Baskets. It was a comprehensive system, the basket of discipline for monks, the basket of discourses containing the Buddha's sermons, and the basket of higher doctrine, of philosophical analysis. This was the first attempt in any tradition to systematically collect, categorize, and canonize a complete religious literature. The work of preservation then passed to scribes. In Sri Lanka, at places like the Aluvahara Rock Cave Temple, monks began the endless task of copying. They took prepared palm leaves, etching the elegant curved Pali script with a metal stylus. Then they rubbed soot or turmeric into the grooves, making the letters stand out. The leaves were numbered, bound with cord and stored in wooden chests. This was fragile media. Palm leaves decay. Manuscripts are eaten by insects. Libraries burn. Each copy was a race against time, a new incarnation of the Buddha's voice snatched from oblivion. The monastic scriptorium became a kind of spiritual assembly line, where the act of writing was as much an act of meditation as of scholarship. The canon was closed, but the work of keeping it alive was, and remains, perpetual. From the rhythmic chant of the Vedic priest to the silent scratch of the Qumran scribe's pen, a universal pattern emerges. Revelation begins as a lived experience, a voice speaking into a specific time and place. Disciples listen, remember, and begin to transmit. Then comes the crisis, the death of the founder, the dispersal of the community, the threat of forgetting. This crisis forces a decision. The oral must become written, the scattered must become collected. A council is convened, fragments are gathered, authorities debate, choices are made. Some memories are elevated to scripture, others are set aside, sometimes deliberately destroyed. What emerges from this human, historical, and often political process is a canon. And then something miraculous happens. The canon transcends its own origins. The text, born of debate and decision, acquires a sacred aura. It becomes the immutable word, perceived as eternal and directly handed down from the divine. The human hands that compiled it, the historical pressures that shaped it, fade from view. The book itself becomes the object of veneration. This process is not a corruption of the original revelation. It is the necessary mechanism by which a spiritual impulse becomes a world religion. It is how a message anchored in one moment in time learns to speak across centuries. The Buddhist councils under Ashoka, the compilation of the Quran under Uthman, the later Christian councils that debated which Gospels were in and which were out, like the Gospel of Thomas or the Shepherd of Hermas. Canonization is always a boundary-making exercise. It defines orthodoxy by declaring what lies outside it. The sacred text we hold, in any tradition, is therefore a kind of palimpsest. Beneath the authoritative print lies the ghost of the oral recitation, the shadow of the lost fragment, the echo of the heated debate in a long-vanished courtyard. The text is stable, but the path to its stability is one of human struggle, doubt, and profound commitment. This very human story of preservation sets the stage for the next, even more difficult challenge. Once you have a fixed, sacred text that proclaims a God of perfect power and perfect goodness, you are confronted with the undeniable reality of the world. A world of suffering, injustice, and seemingly random evil. If the Word of God is so carefully preserved, how do we reconcile its message of divine goodness with the darkness we experience? This is the ancient and agonizing problem of Theodicy, the question that has tested the limits of faith itself. The storm arrives without warning. It is not a gentle rain, but a violence of wind and water, tearing at the rooftops, flattening the crops in the field. In the morning, the sun returns to a world of ruin. A child lies feverish in a silent house. A good man watches everything he built turn to dust. And in the quiet that follows the catastrophe, the oldest and most difficult question rises from the ashes. If the world is governed by a divine power, and if that power is both all-loving and all-powerful, then why does it permit this? Why do the innocent suffer? Why does chaos triumph? This is not a philosophical abstraction. It is the cry that follows the funeral, the silence after the diagnosis. Every religious tradition that has ever posited a benevolent creator must eventually face this terrible arithmetic. The problem of evil, the dark side of God, and the human struggle to find meaning in the midst of meaningless pain. The response etched into the Hebrew Bible is perhaps the most honest and unsettling of all. The Book of Job, a literary masterpiece composed between the 7th and 4th centuries before the Common Era, is the West's first full exploration of theodicy. It is a story that dismantles easy answers. Job is a righteous man, blessed with wealth and family. In a celestial wager, God permits a figure called the Satan, the accuser, to strip it all away. Job loses his children, his health, his fortune. He sits in the dust, scraping his sores with a potsherd. His 3 friends arrive, embodiments of conventional religious wisdom. They insist he must have sinned, that suffering is always punishment. Job refuses this hollow calculus. He maintains his innocence, He demands an audience with God himself. He wants a reason. What he receives is not an explanation, but an overwhelming confrontation. After chapters of poetic debate, the voice finally answers Job out of the whirlwind, but it does not justify. It does not apologize. It questions Job with the majesty of creation itself. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Can you bind the chains of the Pleiades? Do you give the horse his might? The reply is a torrent of cosmic imagery, a catalogue of wild and untamable creatures, the behemoth, the leviathan. The message is not one of comfort, but of perspective. The divine reality is vaster, more complex, and more terrifying than the human framework of justice and reward. Job's response is to put his hand over his mouth. He has seen, and now he knows. The story ends with his fortunes restored, but the philosophical scar remains. The problem is not solved. It is swallowed by a mystery too large for human comprehension. The relationship is not contractual, but existential. An entirely different solution emerged from the Persian plateau, one that would echo through centuries and across continents. Zoroastrianism, the faith founded by the prophet Zarathustra, presented a structurally elegant answer by changing the premise. For Zoroastrians, the universe is not governed by a single omnipotent deity. It is the arena of a cosmic struggle between two primordial spirits. Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, is the source of all light, truth, and order. Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, is the independent source of all darkness, falsehood, and chaos. Evil exists not because a good God allows it, but because a powerful opposing force actively creates it. Humanity is conscripted into this war. Every good thought, word, and deed aligns with Ahura Mazda and advances the cause of light. This dualism elegantly removes the problem of theodicy by removing divine omnipotence. The world is a battlefield, not a perfectly governed kingdom. This powerful idea proved immensely influential. It flowed into the Jewish world during the Babylonian exile, giving sharper form to the figure of Satan. It became the core of the Gnostic movements that bloomed in the early centuries of Christianity, which taught that the material world itself was the flawed creation of a lesser, ignorant deity, and that true salvation was escape from it. It fueled Manichaeism, the sophisticated faith founded by the prophet Mani in the 3rd century, which for a time rivaled Christianity across the Roman Empire and along the Silk Road. And it resurfaced centuries later in the Cathar heresy of southern France, whose adherents saw the physical world as the creation of an evil god, leading to a crusade of extermination against them. The Zoroastrian insight, that evil must have its own source, offered a clear, logical answer, but at the cost of a unified cosmos. Meanwhile, in the Gangetic plain of India, a prince turned ascetic arrived at a solution that did not so much answer the question as dissolve it. Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, after his enlightenment, taught 4 noble truths. The first is simply this: there is suffering. Dukkha. It is a fundamental characteristic of conditioned existence. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness, death, separation from what is loved, all are suffering. The Buddha's teaching reframes the problem entirely. Suffering is not a theological puzzle to be solved by reference to a creator's will. It is a practical reality to be understood and ended. Its cause is identified as craving and ignorance. Its cessation is possible through the Noble Eightfold Path. Buddhism sidesteps theodicy by refusing to posit an all-powerful, all-good God whose motives need defending. The universe is not personal. It operates according to impersonal laws, like karma and dependent origination. The religious task is not to justify pain, but to transcend it. Within the Abrahamic traditions, the challenge remained acute. Islamic theology developed a rich vocabulary around suffering, centering on the concept of ibtila, divine testing. The Quran is explicit: "We will surely test you with something of fear and hunger and a loss of wealth and lives and fruits, but give good tidings to the patient." Suffering is understood not as punishment for the innocent, but as a trial that purifies faith, deepens patience, and elevates spiritual rank. The prophets themselves, from Job to Muhammad, are presented as archetypes of this patient endurance. Their suffering is a badge of their chosen status, not evidence of divine abandonment. A central tenet holds that God does not burden a soul beyond what it can bear. The hardship is thus custom-fitted to the individual's spiritual capacity. This transforms suffering from a meaningless affliction into a meaningful, if painful, curriculum of the soul. The question shifts from "why me?" to "what is this meant to teach me?" The Hindu tradition, vast and philosophically diverse, contains not one answer to the problem of evil, but several, all held in creative tension. The law of karma provides a comprehensive system of moral cause and effect across multiple lifetimes. Present suffering can be understood as the consequence of actions in a past life, while present goodness sows seeds for future happiness. This offers justice on a grand temporal scale, but can feel cold when applied to the suffering of a child. Another response is the concept of Lila, the divine play. The cosmos is the spontaneous, joyful expression of God, a drama in which pleasure and pain are both part of the unfolding spectacle. The divine is beyond human moral categories. The play has shadows as well as light. Then there is the non-dualist school of Advaita Vedanta, championed by the philosopher Shankara. It argues that the world of individual suffering is ultimately an illusion, Maya. The only reality is Brahman, the undivided, blissful absolute. From the perspective of ultimate truth, there is no sufferer and no suffering, only the one without a second. Each of these approaches offers a different map for navigating the valley of shadow. Job's God offers overwhelming presence without explanation. Zoroaster's cosmology offers a clear enemy and a call to arms. The Buddha offers a path out of the valley entirely. Islam offers the assurance that the path, however steep, is tailored to the walker. Hinduism offers multiple lenses, from the ethical machinery of karma to the metaphysical solace of the divine play. None of them erase the reality of pain, but each represents a profound human attempt to find a framework of meaning that can withstand the storm. They are not academic exercises. They are the intellectual and spiritual shelters built by civilizations over millennia, structures designed to house the unanswerable grief of the world. The struggle with Theodicy forces a confrontation with the limits of human understanding. It stretches language and logic to the breaking point. After the arguments of philosophers and the doctrines of theologians have been exhausted, what remains is often a quieter, more personal terrain. It is the space where explanation fails and a different kind of knowing must begin. This is the territory not of argument, but of experience. It is the realm where the divine is not a proposition to be defended, but a presence to be encountered. It is the world of the mystic, who seeks not to justify God's ways to humanity, but to lose the human self in the divine reality altogether. This pursuit of direct, unmediated experience represents another universal thread in the tapestry of faith, a turn from the problem of evil in the abstract to the possibility of transcendence in the particular. From the dark night of the soul described by Christian contemplatives to the ecstatic union sought by Sufi poets, from the yogic samadhi of Hindu ascetics to the satori of Zen masters, the mystical impulse offers a different resolution. It suggests that the answer to suffering may not be found in a reason, but in a transformation of consciousness that changes one's relationship to pain itself. If the problem of evil is the great theological fracture in the idea of a benevolent creator, then mysticism represents the search for a healing beyond theology. It is the turn inward, the search for the still point where the whirlwind of questions finally falls silent. It is the direct experience of God, or the ultimate reality, that renders the problem not solved, but somehow transcended. This is where our journey turns next, from the courtroom of divine justice to the inner chamber of direct encounter. There is a silence that is not empty. It is a silence that hums with presence, a quiet so profound it becomes a kind of sound. It is found in the desert at midnight, under the vault of stars. It is found in the deepest cell of a monastery, where the only movement is the flicker of a candle flame. It is found in the still center of a whirling dance. This is the territory of the mystic. Not the theologian who argues about God, but the seeker who claims to have met God. Not the priest who mediates the sacred through ritual, but the individual who steps through the veil themselves. Across every faith, in every corner of the world, there exists this parallel stream. It flows underground, beneath the grand structures of scripture and institution. It is the claim of direct encounter. The unmediated experience of the divine. It is a claim that has inspired the most sublime poetry humanity has ever produced, and a claim that has terrified religious authorities for millennia. For what happens when anyone can find God on their own? Every major religious tradition contains this hidden current. Alongside the public faith of temples and mosques, synagogues and churches, runs the private, often secret, river of mysticism. In Judaism, it is the Kabbalah, the received wisdom, mapping the inner structure of creation. In Islam, it is Sufism, the path of the heart, seeking annihilation in the divine beloved. Within Christianity, it is the contemplative tradition, from the Desert Fathers to Teresa of Avila, speaking of a spiritual marriage beyond words. Hinduism offers Advaita Vedanta, teaching that the individual soul and the universal Brahman are one. Buddhism points to Samadhi, a state of unified, absorbed consciousness. And in indigenous shamanic traditions worldwide, the trance state is the vehicle to journey into the spirit world. These are not minor footnotes. They are powerful, persistent systems that all describe the same astonishing event, the dissolution of the boundary between the self and the sacred. The drop returning to the ocean, the lover vanishing into the embrace of the beloved. They use different theological languages, but they are describing the same country of the soul. The language they reach for, when ordinary words fail, is remarkably consistent. It is the language of extreme sensation, of transformative rupture. The 13th century Persian Sufi poet, Rumi, described union with God as a kind of holy intoxication. He wrote of being burned away by a love that was also a fire. He spoke of the self, the ego, being annihilated, like a drop of vinegar lost in the boundless sea. Centuries earlier and in a different world, the Song of Songs in the Hebrew Bible used nearly identical metaphors. Love is as strong as death. Its flashes are flashes of fire, a raging flame. The Christian mystic Meister Eckhart, preaching in medieval Germany, dared to speak of the soul's ground merging with God's ground until no distinction remained. In the ancient Hindu Upanishads, the seeker is told, "Thou art that." The individual Atman is revealed to be Brahman, the world's soul. And in Zen Buddhism, the moment of Satori, of sudden awakening, is often described as a great death before a great life. This convergence of metaphor, fire, wine, drowning, death of self, across cultures that had no contact, suggests something crucial. These are not merely literary devices. They are the best approximations the human mind can muster for an experience that shatters ordinary perception. They point to a shared neurological and psychological territory, a peak state of consciousness accessible to the human organism, regardless of the belief system that prepares the climb. The maps drawn for this inner journey often look strangely alike. In 13th century Spain, Jewish mystics systematized the Kabbalah in the foundational text known as the Zohar. They described the ultimate divine reality as Ein Sof, the infinite, without limit or attribute. From this unknowable source, 10 divine emanations, the Sephirot, flow forth like light through stained glass, creating the layers of the cosmos. This is an emanationist cosmology. The world is not made from nothing, but unfolds from God's very being. Centuries earlier, in 3rd century Alexandria, the philosopher Plotinus developed a nearly identical system. From the One, the supreme principle, emanates the divine mind, then the world soul, then the material universe. And in Tantric Hinduism, the dynamic feminine energy of the universe, Shakti, is seen as emanating from the still masculine consciousness of Shiva, cascading down through progressively denser planes of reality until it manifests as the physical world. These are not coincidences of thought. They represent a shared contemplative cosmology that flowed through the Hellenistic world, connecting Greek philosophy with Jewish and later Islamic mysticism, and echoing ancient Indian insights. It is a map born not from observing the stars, but from navigating the depths of inner space. The method for undertaking this journey is, at its core, also universal. It is the practice of inner stillness. The deliberate quieting of the chattering mind to make room for a different kind of knowing. In Eastern Orthodox Christianity, monks practice the hesychast prayer, repeating the Jesus prayer with each breath, seeking to bring the mind into the heart. Sufis engage in dhikr, the rhythmic remembrance of God's names, sometimes with chanting, sometimes with breath control, sometimes with the whirling dance that aims to still the soul through motion. Theravada Buddhist monks practice vipassana, insight meditation, observing the rise and fall of sensations with detached awareness. Christian monastics speak of contemplatio, a wordless resting in the presence of God. In Hinduism, japa meditation involves the soft repetition of a mantra. And in Hasidic Judaism, Hit Bonanut is a deep contemplative concentration on a divine concept or the letters of the Torah. The external forms vary dramatically, from absolute silence to ecstatic movement, but the internal direction is the same, inward and downward, past thought, into the ground of being. It is a universal spiritual technology. These practices often seek out geography of silence. The cave of Elijah on Mount Carmel in Israel is one such place. A narrow, limestone chamber where, according to the biblical narrative, the prophet did not find God in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire, but in the still, small voice that followed. For millennia, seekers have retreated to such physical voids, caves, hermitages, remote cells, to replicate that inner condition. They withdraw from the marketplace of ideas and the noise of society to listen for that which cannot be heard in the crowd. This withdrawal is not an escape from the world, but a descent into the source of the world. The mystic returns, if they return at all, not with a new doctrine, but with a transformed perception. They see the divine not as a distant king, but as the very substance of reality, shimmering in every leaf and every face. This is the revolutionary, and often threatening, implication of mysticism. If God can be found within, then the entire external hierarchy of religion is, in the ultimate sense, provisional. What is happening in the human brain during these experiences? Modern neuroscience has begun to ask this question, treating the reports of mystics as data about consciousness itself. In the early 20th century, the psychologist and philosopher William James, in his seminal work, The Varieties of Religious Experience, catalogued these reports. He identified 4 marks of the mystical state: ineffability, a noetic quality, transiency, and passivity. The experience cannot be fully put into words, yet it carries the weight of ultimate knowledge. It is temporary, but it permanently alters the perceiver, and it feels as if it is received, not achieved. A century later, researchers like Andrew Newberg at Thomas Jefferson University have used brain imaging to study meditating Buddhist monks and Franciscan nuns at prayer. Their findings are striking. During deep meditation or prayer, The brain's parietal lobe, which helps us orient ourselves in space and maintain the boundary between self and world, shows decreased activity. The prefrontal cortex, associated with focused attention, lights up. The neurological correlate of the feeling of self-dissolution and unity may be this quieting of the brain's orientation association area. The sense of encountering absolute reality may be linked to the limbic system's emotional centers, firing in concert with this altered spatial awareness. The science suggests that mystical traditions, across their vast cultural differences, have independently discovered how to reliably shift the human brain into a specific, transformative state of consciousness. This scientific framing does not explain away the mystery, it deepens it. It suggests that the human mind is wired for transcendence, that the capacity to feel at one with the universe, to perceive a reality beyond the separate self, is a biological potential. Different religions provide the language, the symbols, and the disciplined pathways to activate this potential. The Catholic nun experiencing the union of contemplative prayer and the Zen monk resting in Satori may be neurologically closer than their theologies would ever suggest. Their experiences, filtered through the distinct concepts of the Christian God or Buddhist emptiness, produce the same phenomenological core, a loss of ego boundaries, a feeling of profound connection, and a conviction of having touched something more real than everyday life. This is not to reduce spirituality to brain chemistry, but to wonder if brain chemistry is the instrument through which the music of the divine is played. The legacy of mysticism is therefore profoundly double-edged. On one hand, it has been a source of the most beautiful, universalist expressions of faith. Rumi's poetry speaks to secular moderns as powerfully as to devout Muslims. The Kabbalistic idea of repairing the world, tikkun olam, has become a driving force in Jewish social justice. The contemplative writings of Christian mystics offer solace far beyond church walls. Mystics often see through the divisions of religion to a shared core. Yet, on the other hand, this very power makes them dangerous to institutional authority. Meister Eckhart was tried for heresy. Al-Hallaj, the great Sufi mystic who declared, "I am the truth," was executed in Baghdad in 922 CE. Mystics claim a direct line, a personal authority that bypasses priest, imam, or rabbi. Their experience is, by definition, unverifiable and uncontrollable. It is the ultimate democratization of the sacred, and it has forever been a turbulent, renewing, and subversive force within religious history. This inner journey, this direct encounter, exists in a complex tension with the outer structures of faith. It raises a perpetual question: is religion primarily about believing the right things, or about experiencing a transformative reality? The mystic argues for the latter. They suggest that doctrine is the finger pointing at the moon, not the moon itself. That rituals and laws are containers for an experience that must, ultimately, overflow them. This tension between inner experience and outer orthodoxy, between the personal revelation and the communal tradition, is one of the defining dynamics in the story of faith. It is a creative tension that has produced heresy and renewal, persecution and sublime art. But it also leads us to a darker corridor. For if the divine can be known directly, and if that knowledge carries ultimate authority, what happens when that certainty is directed not toward unity, but toward division? When the voice heard in the silence commands not peace, but purification through violence, the flame that warms can also consume. The same intense, unshakable conviction that fuels the mystic's love can, in a different heart, fuel the crusader's zeal. This is the perilous bridge we must now cross. From the inner world of direct encounter, we turn to the outer world of sacred conflict. From the mystic's cell to the battlefield, where the name of God has been invoked both to justify unimaginable violence and to inspire the most courageous compassion. The journey inward reveals a God of unity. The struggle outward has too often revealed a God of tribes. The battlefield is quiet before the storm. The air is thick with the scent of trampled grass and cold metal. Two vast armies face each other across a field called Kurukshetra. In the space between them, a single chariot stands still. The warrior Prince Arjuna lowers his bow. He sees his teachers, his cousins, his elders arrayed against him. His duty is to fight, but his heart recoils. This is not a scene from a distant, barbaric past. It is the opening frame of the Bhagavad Gita, a sacred dialogue that has echoed for millennia. It asks the question that haunts every faith: when is killing not a sin, but a sacred duty? The history of religion is written in two competing inks. One is the blood of holy war. The other is the patient script of sacred peace. This is the story of that impossible contradiction, written into the very heart of what it means to believe. The concept of religiously justified violence is not a modern invention, nor is it the unique property of any one tradition. It is a thread woven through the sacred texts and histories of nearly every faith. In the Hebrew Bible, the conquest of Canaan under Joshua is framed as a divine command, a holy war to claim a promised land. The Islamic concept of jihad, in its military application, developed as a doctrine of defensive and sometimes expansionist warfare in the name of God. The Sikh martial tradition of the Khalsa was forged in the fires of persecution, a vow to protect the innocent with the sword. Even Buddhism, a tradition built on non-harm, produced the warrior monks of feudal Japan, the Sohei, who wielded naginata staffs in defense of their temple lands. This pattern is too widespread to dismiss as aberration. It forces a difficult question: is this violence a corruption of religion's true purpose, or is it something intrinsic, a dark potential that emerges when faith meets power, territory, and tribe? The answer lies not in simple condemnation, but in the complex human stories where these doctrines were born, lived, and interpreted. The most philosophically sophisticated exploration of this dilemma is found not in a desert tent or a medieval castle, but on that ancient Indian battlefield. The Bhagavad Gita is a 700-verse poem nestled within the epic Mahabharata. As the armies wait, the god Krishna, serving as Arjuna's charioteer, delivers a discourse that has resonated far beyond its Hindu origins. He argues that for a warrior, fighting his righteous duty, or dharma, is obligatory. He teaches that the eternal soul cannot be killed, that only the perishable body falls. Most crucially, he instructs Arjuna to act without attachment to the fruits of his actions, to do his duty for duty's sake, not for victory, land, or glory. This is a spiritualization of violence that seeks to remove the taint of personal desire from the act of war. Centuries later, Mahatma Gandhi would read the same text every day. He saw the battlefield of Kurukshetra as the human soul, and the war as the inner struggle against one's own lower nature. For Gandhi, the Gita was a manifesto of non-violent resistance. Yet, the same verses have been cited by Hindu nationalists as a literal call to arms. The Gita demonstrates with stunning clarity that a sacred text is not a static manual, it is a mirror. It reflects back the ethical priorities of the reader, the community, and the historical moment that holds it. If the Gita shows the ambiguity of text, the Crusades show the messy reality of history. In 1095, Pope Urban II stood in a field in Clermont, France, and called for an armed pilgrimage to liberate Jerusalem from Muslim rule. The response was a seismic wave of fervor that would reshape the medieval world for 2 centuries. The popular memory is of cross versus crescent, a straightforward clash of civilizations. The historical truth is far more tangled, and in its tangles, more revealing. The First Crusade did culminate in the bloody capture of Jerusalem in 1099. But on its way to the Holy Land, one contingent of Crusader armies turned on the Jewish communities of the Rhineland. In cities like Mainz and Worms, in 1096, entire communities were given the choice of conversion or death. Many chose martyrdom. This was not a sideshow. It was a tragic proof that holy war, once unleashed, is difficult to aim with precision. The violence spiraled inward as well. The Fourth Crusade, diverted by Venetian politics and greed, never reached Jerusalem. Instead, in 1204, it sacked the Christian city of Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, shattering East-West relations for centuries. Later, the Albigensian Crusade was launched not against Muslims, but against fellow Christians deemed heretical in southern France. The Crusades were as much about European power dynamics, land hunger, and the consolidation of papal authority as they were about religious zeal. They remind us that when we speak of holy war, we must always ask who benefits, whose power is consolidated, whose debts are paid. The sacred banner often flies over a very earthly caravan. Yet, for every verse that has been read to justify war, another calls for its abolition. Every major religious tradition contains, at its core, a powerful and countervailing tradition of sacred peace. This is not a modern addition, but an ancient radical strand of thought. From the Hindu and Buddhist principle of ahimsa, non-violence toward all living beings, which Gandhi would transform into a global political force. From the Jain tradition, which takes ahimsa to its logical extreme, with monks sweeping their path to avoid crushing insects and wearing masks to prevent inhaling microbes. In the Christian tradition, the Sermon on the Mount stands as a monumental challenge. You have heard that it was said, "Love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." This was not a metaphor for personal feeling, but a revolutionary social ethic. In Islam, the concept of sulh signifies a reconciliation and peace treaty that is actively sought and is considered more pleasing to God than continued conflict. The Jewish concept of shalom encompasses far more than the absence of war. It is a vision of comprehensive peace, justice, and communal wholeness. These are not minor footnotes. They are central teachings from the founders and prophets themselves. They represent the other voice in the faith, the voice that speaks not of tribal loyalty, but of universal compassion, not of conquest, but of reconciliation. The struggle within each religion is often between these two voices, the voice that draws a circle around us, and the voice that seeks to erase the circle entirely. The recognition of this shared ethical core, this universal voice for peace, has given birth to one of the most significant modern religious developments, the interfaith movement. Its institutional beginnings are often traced to a remarkable gathering in 1893. The World's Parliament of Religions was part of the Chicago World's Fair. For the first time on such a global stage, Hindu swamis, Buddhist monks, Jewish rabbis, Muslim imams, and Christian clergy came together not to debate, but to dialogue. A young Hindu monk named Swami Vivekananda captivated the audience with his message of tolerance and the essential unity of all religions. "I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance," he declared. The Parliament was a spark. The flame grew steadily through the 20th century, fueled by the horrors of 2 world wars and the sobering realization that religious difference could be exploited for catastrophic ends. A pivotal moment came in 1965 with the Catholic Church's Second Vatican Council and its declaration, Nostra Aetate, in our time. This document fundamentally changed the Church's relationship with other faiths, stating that the Church rejects nothing that is true and holy in other religions and explicitly condemning anti-Semitism. It was a theological earthquake that legitimized interfaith work for hundreds of millions of Christians. This movement is not about creating a bland, universal religion. It is about building cooperation across deep theological differences, grounded in the acknowledgement of shared values, compassion, justice, mercy, and the pursuit of peace. Its work is practical: joint humanitarian projects, shared environmental advocacy, collaborative efforts to reduce poverty. Its successes are quiet but profound. Imams and priests protecting each other's houses of worship in times of tension, Buddhist and Christian groups running joint trauma counseling in war zones, Jewish and Muslim scholars studying their sacred texts side by side to dismantle ancient prejudices. Its failures are equally instructive, revealing how easily ancient suspicions can be reignited by politics and fear. The interfaith movement represents humanity's conscious attempt to amplify the voice of sacred peace that exists in every tradition, and to collectively mute the siren call of holy war. It is an ongoing experiment, fragile and imperfect, but it is perhaps our most promising answer to the ancient dilemma posed on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. The journey through the landscape of faith reveals this constant tension, the human capacity to find in the divine both a sanction for killing and a command for boundless love. This duality is not a flaw in religion, but a reflection of the human condition itself. We are creatures capable of profound tribal loyalty and breathtaking universal empathy. Our sacred texts and traditions, being human creations, contain both impulses. The choice of which voice to heed, which interpretation to follow, has always been and will always be ours. This struggle between the sword and the olive branch defines not only our religious history, but our political present. As we stand in our own moments of moral crisis, like Arjuna in his chariot, the question remains, will? The answer we give shapes the world we build. And this tension between destruction and compassion leads us inevitably to the ultimate question every tradition has asked. What is the final destiny of this world we fight over and strive to heal? This brings us to the most dramatic of all religious narratives, the story of the end itself. The end has always been present in the beginning. The human imagination, from its earliest stirrings, has not only asked where we came from, but where we are all going. It has envisioned the final curtain, the last page, the closing of the great book of the world. Across deserts and mountains, in temples and longhouses, prophets and poets have described the twilight of the gods, the collapse of the sky, the final judgment of every living soul. These are not mere stories of destruction. They are profound, intricate blueprints of ultimate meaning, narratives that attempt to answer the most unsettling question of all. If the world had a purpose, how will that purpose be fulfilled? How will the story end? The first complete map of the end was drawn not in Jerusalem, Rome, or Mecca, but in the high plains of ancient Persia. In the hymns of Zarathustra, composed perhaps 3,000 years ago, we find the world's first systematic eschatology. The Zoroastrian vision is stark and morally crystalline. It describes a cosmic dualism, a perpetual struggle between the force of light and order, Ahura Mazda, and the force of darkness and chaos, Angra Mainyu. This is not an eternal stalemate. History itself is the arena for a decisive battle, moving toward a predetermined climax. At the end of days, a final confrontation will erupt. The forces of light will triumph utterly. Every soul that has ever lived will be resurrected to face a universal judgment. Their deeds will be weighed, their thoughts examined. Then comes the Frashokireti, the renovation of the world. The very substance of creation will be melted in a river of molten metal, purging it of all imperfection, all trace of evil. The earth will be made flat and perfect, and humanity will live in a state of immortal bliss, free from suffering, free from death, free even from the memory of evil. This was a revolutionary idea, history as a linear narrative with a moral conclusion, and this idea did not stay in Persia. During the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE, the Jewish people lived under Persian rule. Theologians and scribes absorbed these compelling concepts: the final battle, the resurrection of the dead, a perfected world to come. This Zoroastrian template was then woven into the fabric of Jewish apocalyptic thought, and through Judaism, it became the foundational structure for Christian and Islamic visions of the end times. The very logic of Armageddon and Judgment Day was born in the fire of a Persian altar. This Jewish apocalyptic tradition found its definitive voice in a time of terror and resistance. In the year 65 BCE, the Jewish people were facing cultural annihilation. The Greek Seleucid king, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, had desecrated the temple in Jerusalem, outlawed Jewish practice, and was enforcing pagan worship at the point of a sword. In this crisis, a profound and cryptic text emerged, the Book of Daniel. It presented history as a divine cipher. Visions of monstrous beasts symbolized successive empires. An angelic interpreter revealed a predetermined schedule of events, a countdown to deliverance. It promised a resurrection of the dead, where those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Apocalyptic literature was not mere prediction, it was coded resistance literature, offering hope to the persecuted by asserting that their suffering was part of a cosmic plan nearing its triumphant end. The influence of this genre cannot be overstated. It directly generated the feverish symbolism of the New Testament's Book of Revelation. It shaped the Quran's vivid descriptions of the Day of Judgment, the trembling of the mountains, the scattering of the stars. It convinced the ascetic community at Qumran, the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, that they were the final generation, preparing in the wilderness for God's imminent war. The apocalyptic clock, once set, has been ticking in the Western religious imagination for over 2,000 years. But not every culture hears that clock ticking in the same frantic rhythm. In the vast cosmological vision of Hinduism, time is not a line but a wheel, spinning through cycles of almost unimaginable scale. The universe passes through 4 great ages, or yugas, each a decline from the last. We begin in the Satya Yuga, a golden age of truth and righteousness, where humanity lives in harmony with divine law, or Dharma. Then comes a gradual descent, the Treta Yuga, the Dvapara Yuga, and finally, the age we inhabit now, the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness, quarrel, and hypocrisy. This is not a quick descent. According to traditional calculation, the Kali Yuga began in the year 312 BCE. It will last for 432,000 human years. We are, in this framework, merely in its infancy. The world will not end with a bang at the climax of this age, but with a whisper of exhaustion, a final fading of Dharma. Then the cycle concludes. The universe is dissolved back into its primordial state, only to be recreated anew, starting another golden age. This cyclical view fundamentally alters the emotional texture of the end. There is no single, final judgment day looming just over the horizon. Instead, there is the long, slow turning of the wheel, a perspective that fosters patience, detachment, and the understanding that decay is always followed by renewal, on a scale that dwarfs human history. In the frozen north, a different kind of twilight was envisioned, one not of moral accounting, but of heroic, tragic fate. The Norse myth of Ragnarok, preserved in the 10th century poem The Voluspa, is an apocalypse of fire and ice, of doomed courage. It begins with a long winter that lasts 3 years. The bonds of kinship and oath break down. Then the forces of chaos are unleashed. The monstrous wolf Fenrir, the world-encircling serpent Jormungandr, the fire giants led by Surtur. The gods, knowing their destiny, arm themselves for a final stand. Odin, the All-Father, is swallowed whole by Fenrir. Thor slays the Midgard serpent, but staggers back 9 steps and falls dead from its venom. The world is consumed in an all-enveloping fire, and the earth sinks beneath the sea. This is an end with a peculiar, stark beauty. It is not about the punishment of the wicked, but the inevitable fall of the mighty. Yet even here, the theme of renewal persists. The Voluspa describes how, after the fires cool and the waters recede, a new green earth will rise from the depths. A surviving human couple, sheltered in a sacred wood, will repopulate it. Some of the younger gods will return. The cycle of life begins again, purified by catastrophe. The Norse apocalypse is a story of resilience, where hope is not found in avoiding the end, but in surviving it. Far across the world, in the dense rainforests of Mesoamerica, another civilization developed a sophisticated understanding of time's cycles, one that would be profoundly misunderstood millennia later. The Maya long count calendar is a complex interlocking of cycles, the largest of which completed a major period of roughly 5,125 years on December 2012. In the years leading up to that date, a modern myth took hold in popular culture. The Maya had predicted the end of the world. This was a catastrophic misreading, born entirely from projecting Western apocalyptic anxiety onto a non-Western system. In Maya cosmology, the completion of a back-tuned cycle was not an annihilation. It was a renewal, a moment of profound transition akin to the turning of a millennium, a time when the cosmic gears shifted and a new age began. Their inscriptions speak of ceremonies of renewal, of gods being reborn, of the world being set back into its proper order. The misrepresentation reveals a deep truth. The linear, final, and often fearful Abrahamic apocalypse has so shaped the Western mind that it becomes the only lens through which we can view other traditions. This human preoccupation with the end is more than a fear of destruction. It is a search for coherence. An apocalypse, in its original Greek sense, means an unveiling. It is the moment when the hidden logic of history is finally revealed, when suffering is explained, justice is served, and the fragmented story of the world is made whole. Whether it is the Zoroastrian river of molten metal purifying creation, the Hindu universe dissolving into the breath of Vishnu, or the Norse world tree Yggdrasil trembling before the final battle, each vision serves a profound psychological and social function. It gives meaning to mortality. It promises that evil, however powerful it seems, is ultimately temporary. It offers the hope, however distant, of a world set right. These narratives are the ultimate expression of a belief that our lives are part of a story with an author, a plot, and a final meaningful page. Yet, as the modern misinterpretation of the Maya calendar shows, these templates can also constrain our understanding. When we expect a final fiery conclusion, we can become blind to visions of cyclical renewal, to the quiet promise of a new dawn after a long night. The tension between these visions, the linear apocalypse and the cyclical renewal, would eventually collide with a new way of understanding the cosmos altogether. A way that looked not to sacred texts, but to telescopes and equations. A way that sought to describe the end, not through prophecy, but through physics. The religious imagination had spent millennia charting the end of the world. Now, a different kind of inquiry would begin. It would ask not when the world would end according to divine plan, but how it might end according to immutable natural law. It would replace the angel's trumpet with the silent heat death of the universe, the final battle with the slow expiration of the sun. This would become the next great conversation, and perhaps the most challenging one of all, when the ancient cosmology of faith meets the empirical discoveries of the modern world. The story we tell ourselves about science and faith is often a story of conflict. It is a tale of two opposing forces, locked in an eternal struggle for the human soul. We imagine the astronomer Galileo, forced to recant his discovery that the Earth moves around the sun. We picture the Victorian debates over Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, the pulpit thundering against the lecture hall. This narrative of war is so deeply embedded in our culture that it feels like a law of history, but it is not. It is, instead, a product of a very specific time and place. The great divorce between scientific inquiry and religious cosmology is a modern invention, born in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in Western Europe and North America. It is a chapter, not the whole book. For most of human history, and across most of the world, the quest to understand the cosmos and the impulse to worship its source have been intertwined, often indistinguishable. To see the universe as a creation was, for millennia, the only framework for seeing it at all. The idea of an inherent conflict ignores the long centuries when religious institutions were the primary patrons and preservers of scientific knowledge. While Europe endured its so-called Dark Ages, Islamic civilization was experiencing a golden age of discovery. In cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, scholars who were also devout Muslims translated, preserved, and radically advanced the works of Greek philosophers and scientists. They built observatories, refined algebra, pioneered optics, and established the world's first hospitals. Their faith provided the motivation to seek the laws of a universe they believed was ordered by a single, rational creator. Similarly, in India, Hindu mathematicians contemplating the nature of the infinite and the void developed the concept of zero and the decimal place value system. These were not secular breakthroughs in opposition to religion. They were profound intellectual achievements born from within a religious worldview, tools that now underpin every digital computation on the planet. Even the origin story of our universe, the Big Bang Theory, first emerged from the mind of a man of faith. In 1927, the Belgian physicist and Roman Catholic priest Georges Lemaitre proposed that the universe was expanding from an initial dense state he called the primeval atom. His equations, born of both mathematical rigor and theological wonder, laid the groundwork for modern cosmology. The notion that science and religion must be at war collapses under the weight of these historical facts. The flashpoint of the supposed war, of course, is evolution. The publication of Darwin's On the Origin of Species in 1859 is often portrayed as the moment religion retreated before the advancing tide of science. But the real story is far more nuanced and varied. The Catholic Church, after a period of initial caution, now officially accepts the theory of evolution as the best scientific explanation for the development of life on Earth. Pope Francis has stated that evolution is compatible with the idea of God as creator, that God created beings and allowed them to develop according to internal laws. Most mainline Protestant denominations and movements within conservative and Reform Judaism hold similar positions, seeing evolutionary processes as the mechanism through which a divine plan unfolds. Even within Islam, many scholars distinguish between the unchanging truth of the Quran and the changing understanding of the natural world, finding room for evolutionary theory within an Islamic framework. The loud, public conflict is largely confined to specific cultural strands, certain factions of American evangelical Protestantism, and certain interpretations within Salafi Islam. These are powerful voices, but they do not represent the global mainstream of their traditions. The battle lines are not drawn between science and faith, but between different ways of reading ancient texts in a modern world. Beyond biology, the conversation shifts to the very fabric of reality. In the latter half of the 20th century, cosmologists made a startling observation. They found that the fundamental constants of the universe, the strength of gravity, the nuclear forces, the mass of subatomic particles, are calibrated with a precision that seems almost impossible. If any one of these values were altered by a fraction of a percent, stars would not form, complex chemistry would be impossible, and life could not exist. This observation is called the anthropic principle. For some theologians and scientists of faith, this exquisite fine-tuning is powerful evidence for a cosmic designer, a creator who set the dials just right. For others, it is a logical tautology, of course. We observe a universe suitable for life because we are here to observe it. Physicists offer another explanation, the multiverse. Perhaps our universe is just one of a near infinite number of universes, each with different physical constants, and we simply happen to inhabit the one where the numbers allowed us to be. This is not a settled scientific debate. It is a genuinely open frontier where the language of mathematics and the language of metaphysics meet on equal and equally mysterious ground. The conversation is no longer about proving or disproving God, but about grappling with the profound, almost unnerving, intelligibility and specificity of a cosmos that gave rise to conscious observers. This dialogue challenges the very categories we use. Western thought has long assumed a strict division between scientific knowledge, which is empirical and testable, and traditional or religious knowledge, which is based on faith and story. But that division is being dismantled from an unexpected direction: indigenous wisdom. Ecologists and climate scientists are increasingly recognizing that many indigenous knowledge systems contain sophisticated, empirically derived observations about ecosystems, species behavior, and environmental change accumulated over thousands of years. This knowledge is not stored in textbooks or laboratories, but in ritual, story, and song. The Aboriginal Australian songlines are a navigational map of the continent, but they are also a sacred creation narrative, encoding precise geographical and ecological information. The Inca ritual calendars were religious ceremonies tied to the solstices, but they were also precise agricultural almanacs, dictating planting and harvest times based on centuries of celestial observation. Polynesian navigators crossed thousands of miles of open ocean using stars, wave patterns, and bird migrations, knowledge preserved in chants and passed down through generations as a sacred trust. In these traditions, there is no conflict between the empirical and the sacred. To know the world is to be in relationship with it, and that relationship is inherently spiritual. This holistic view is now offering crucial insights for modern conservation and our understanding of resilient ecosystems. Perhaps the most intimate frontier of this conversation is within the human mind itself. Neuroscience has begun to map what happens inside the brain during religious and spiritual experiences. Studies of meditating Tibetan Buddhist monks have shown remarkable patterns of gamma wave activity associated with heightened awareness and focus. Research on Franciscan nuns deep in prayer has identified specific regions of the brain associated with empathy, love, and a sense of connection with the transcendent. Investigations into participants in ayahuasca ceremonies, which are central to several Amazonian religious traditions, reveal complex neurological changes that correlate with reports of profound spiritual insight and emotional healing. The data is clear and consistent. Religious practice produces measurable, physical changes in brain activity, stress hormone levels, immune function, and psychological well-being. But what does this data mean? The interpretation splits along the same fault line that has always existed. One view sees this as definitive proof that religious experience is a purely neurological phenomenon, a useful fiction conjured by the brain to provide comfort, meaning, and social cohesion. The other view argues that the brain is the instrument through which we perceive reality. If a mind trained in meditation or prayer can perceive deeper layers of connection or peace, the neuroscience simply shows the instrument being played. The data describes the how, but it cannot, by itself, answer the why. It cannot tell us if the brain is creating God or perceiving God. This leaves us in a fascinating, and perhaps more honest, place than the old war narrative ever did. The conflict model assumed one side would win and the other would vanish, but that has not happened. Instead, we find a landscape of ongoing dialogue where the questions posed by science have become more profound, not less. The discovery of the Big Bang raised the question of why there is something rather than nothing, a question that physics alone cannot answer. The fine-tuning of the universe forces us to confront the staggering improbability of our own existence. The neuroscience of transcendence challenges our understanding of consciousness itself. In each case, scientific discovery has not eliminated the territory of faith, it has redefined its borders and deepened its questions. The conversation is no longer about competing claims to the same factual ground, but about different ways of knowing that can, at their best, inform and enrich one another. The religious impulse to find meaning and connection, and the scientific drive to understand mechanism and origin, are both fundamental to the human experience. They are not at war. They are two languages, both necessary, attempting to describe a reality that forever exceeds our full comprehension. This ongoing negotiation between the ancient and the modern, between inherited cosmology and discovered fact, is itself a form of adaptation. It is how living traditions survive. They do not remain static. They engage with new knowledge. They reinterpret. They find new harmonies. This process of engagement and synthesis is not unique to the encounter with science. It is the same process that has always occurred when faiths meet, mix, and transform each other. Just as a religious tradition can absorb and make sense of new scientific paradigms, so too have traditions throughout history absorbed elements from one another, creating new hybrid forms of belief and practice. This is the dynamic, creative, and often surprising story of how religions have conversed, converted, and blended across the centuries. It is a story that moves us from the cosmos within the mind to the meeting points of cultures, from the laboratory to the Silk Road, where the boundaries between faiths have always been more porous than we imagine. Imagine a single idea, born in the quiet groves of northern India, embarking on a journey that would take it across the roof of the world. It traveled not on the edge of a sword, but on the soles of sandals. It moved not with the roar of conquest, but with the quiet murmur of translation. This is the story of how faiths travel, how they meet, and how they change each other forever. It is a history not of pure, isolated traditions, but of constant conversation. A story of conversion, yes, but more profoundly of mixture. Of gods who acquire new names, and rituals that weave together threads from distant lands. This is the messy, creative, and utterly human process by which belief systems cross borders and become something new. The first great missionary movement in religious history began in the 3rd century before the Common Era, and it carried no weapons. It was the journey of Buddhism out from the Gangetic Plain. The catalyst was a king, Ashoka, ruler of the Mauryan Empire, who, horrified by the carnage of his own wars, embraced the Buddha's teachings of non-violence. He did not impose it by decree, but inscribed his new principles on pillars and rocks across his realm. More crucially, he sent emissaries. These monks traveled south to Sri Lanka and northwest along the burgeoning trade routes. Their method was not to demand replacement, but to demonstrate a different way to live. They established monastic communities, the Sangha, which became centers of learning, medicine, and stability. Royal patronage opened doors, from the Greco-Bactrian kingdoms to the courts of Central Asia. But the true genius of this expansion lay in translation. The Buddhist canon, originally in Pali and Sanskrit, was rendered into Gandhari, then Sogdian, then Chinese. The deities and philosophical concepts subtly shifted to resonate with local cosmologies. In China, the compassionate bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara slowly transformed into the feminine Guanyin. This was adaptation, not conquest. The faith's success across Asia, from the steppes to the islands of Japan, was a testament to its profound flexibility, its ability to find a home within cultures without erasing them. The highway for this and every other religious exchange was the Silk Road. This was not a single road, but a sprawling network of trails connecting the Mediterranean to the China Sea. For over a millennium, caravans carried more than silk and spices, they carried ideas. Zoroastrian priests from Persia, Manichaean elect claiming a fusion of all wisdom, Nestorian Christian monks fleeing theological disputes in Byzantium, and later Muslim traders and Sufi mystics all moved along these routes. the oasis cities that dotted the deserts of Central Asia became incredible laboratories of faith. Samarkand, Bukhara, Dunhuang, Merv. Here, in crowded caravanserais and bustling markets, a Zoroastrian fire temple might stand near a Buddhist stupa. A Nestorian church might host a debate with a Manichaean scholar. In Dunhuang's Mogao caves, we find the physical evidence of this convergence. A single cave wall might feature a Buddhist paradise scene painted next to a depiction of the Chinese Queen Mother of the West. These were cosmopolitan hubs where religions coexisted, competed, and borrowed from one another. A Buddhist Jataka tale might influence a Christian saint's legend. A Zoroastrian angel might find its way into Manichaean art. This constant interaction permanently shaped all the traditions that passed through, proving that faith is often a product of crossroads. This blending has a name, syncretism, and it is not a rare corruption of pure faith, but the very norm of religious history. Consider the Roman Empire, which systematically absorbed the gods of conquered peoples into its pantheon, identifying Egyptian Isis with their own goddesses, or the Celtic horse goddess Epona with their own protectors of cavalry. Early Christianity, as it spread through the Greco-Roman world, clothed its message in the philosophical language of Plato and the ritual forms familiar to its converts. The celebration of Christmas on December 25th aligned with the Roman festival of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. In Persia, the mystical tradition of Sufism within Islam absorbed Neoplatonic ideas about the soul's journey and Hindu concepts of divine love, expressed in the ecstatic poetry of Rumi. In the Punjab of the 15th century, Guru Nanak founded Sikhism from an explicit synthesis, declaring there was neither Hindu nor Muslim, only God. He drew on Hindu devotion and Islamic monotheism to create a new, distinct path. And in 1926 Vietnam, the Sao Dai religion was founded as a deliberate, modern synthesis, its saints including Buddha, Confucius, Jesus, and Victor Hugo. These are not exceptions. They are the rule, faith adapting, adopting, and evolving through contact. The most dramatic and often violent encounters came with the age of European colonialism. From the 15th century onward, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and British powers arrived in the Americas, Africa, and Asia, armed with Bibles and canons. The official story was one of replacement, the substitution of pagan idolatry with Christian truth. But the lived reality was far more complex, a story of transformation and stubborn persistence. Enslaved Africans brought to Haiti were forced to baptize as Catholics. But they continued to worship their ancestral spirits, the Luwa, by associating them with Catholic saints. The powerful warrior spirit Ogu became Saint James the Greater on horseback. The maternal love of Ezeli was seen in the Virgin Mary. This created Vodou, a resilient system where African cosmology survived under a Catholic veneer, a profound act of spiritual resistance. In Brazil, Candomblé performed a similar synthesis, with Yoruba Orishas worshipped under the names of saints. In Mexico, Spanish friars built churches directly on the ruins of Aztec temples, hoping to redirect sacred energy. Instead, a fusion occurred. The Virgin of Guadalupe appeared on the hill of Tepeyac, a site sacred to the Aztec mother goddess Tonantzin. Indigenous concepts of sacred time and space were woven into the Catholic calendar and festival cycle, creating a uniquely Mexican Catholicism that is both fully Christian and deeply indigenous. In our contemporary world, these are individuals who check none on religious affiliation surveys, yet often describe themselves as spiritual. They might practice mindfulness derived from Buddhism, attend yoga rooted in Hindu philosophy, seek meaning in nature rituals, and still appreciate the beauty of a cathedral. They draw from multiple traditions without pledging institutional loyalty. This is frequently seen as a novel product of secular, consumerist culture. But in many ways, it is a return to the oldest pattern of all. Before the great axial age transformations that gave us the defined, doctrinal religions we recognize today, The religious life of most people was local, practical, and inclusive. A person in the ancient Mediterranean might make an offering to the household gods, participate in a civic festival for Zeus, and be initiated into a mystery cult dedicated to Isis, feeling no contradiction. Theological consistency and exclusive allegiance are historical anomalies, born of specific moments of imperial and doctrinal consolidation. The modern seeker, piecing together a personal spirituality from a global catalogue of practices, is in some ways replicating the pre-axial, and indeed the Silk Road, experience of faith as a journey through a landscape of many sacred possibilities. The forces that drive this mixing are as powerful today as they were on the ancient Silk Road. Globalization, digital connectivity, and mass migration have created new, virtual oasis cities where beliefs encounter one another at unprecedented speed. The result is not a bland, uniform spirituality, but an explosion of new hybrids and a deepening of old ones. This process can be unsettling for religious institutions built on boundaries of orthodoxy. It raises profound questions about authenticity and identity. Is a tradition that absorbs outside elements losing its essence, or is it demonstrating the vitality that has always ensured its survival? The history we have traced suggests the latter. From the Buddhist monks patiently translating sutras into Chinese, to the enslaved Africans in Haiti who hid their gods behind saintly icons, the human impulse is not merely to preserve faith in a vacuum, but to make it live in a new and changing world. This requires conversation, adaptation, and sometimes graceful blending. The borders of belief have always been more porous than maps or creeds would have us believe. As we look toward an increasingly interconnected future, this ancient reality, that faith is shaped by encounter, becomes not just a historical observation, but a crucial lens for understanding the spiritual landscape to come. A landscape where the question may no longer be which path one chooses, but how one navigates the vibrant, intersecting crossroads of 1,000 traditions. The journey of faith is never a straight line. It curves, doubles back, and merges with other paths. We have seen how ideas travel on sandaled feet, and in camel caravans, across mountain passes and ocean currents. They are carried by monks, merchants, migrants, and conquerors, and at every point of contact, something is exchanged. A ritual gesture is borrowed. A divine story acquires a local accent. A philosophical concept finds new expression. This is not dilution. It is the evidence of religion as a living, breathing force, responding to the human condition in all its diverse settings. The pure, isolated tradition is a myth. The mixed, adaptive tradition is the historical reality. This process of syncretism is how religions survive centuries, how they cross continents, and how they speak to the deepest needs of people whose worlds are constantly changing. It is a testament to the resourcefulness of the human spirit in its endless search for meaning. And as we stand today at another great crossroads of history, with digital networks weaving a new kind of global connection, we must ask, what new blends of ancient wisdom are being born in this moment? What forms of faith will emerge from the collisions and conversations of the 21st century? The story of conversion and mixture is not ending. It is entering a new, uncharted chapter. For millennia, the human impulse toward the sacred has been a constant, shaping civilizations and carving the contours of history. We have traced its expressions from the first ritual fires lit in deep caves to the soaring cathedrals and silent temples that anchor our landscapes. But what happens to this ancient impulse in an age of artificial intelligence, climate crisis, and global interconnection? Does the sacred recede, a relic of a simpler past, or does it transform, finding new forms in the very technologies and challenges that define our present? The story of religion is not a story of endings, but of perpetual becoming. And the future is already here, unfolding in ways that would have been unimaginable just a generation ago. The great prediction of the 20th century was that religion would fade. Scholars and sociologists confidently proclaimed the secularization thesis. As societies modernized, became wealthier and more scientifically literate, the need for the sacred would simply evaporate. It was a clean, logical forecast, and it has been utterly, comprehensively wrong. Look at the evidence of the past 50 years. Far from declining, religious affiliation and fervor are surging across the globe, just not where the theorists expected. Islam is the world's fastest growing religion, driven by both high birth rates and a steady stream of conversions. In 1900, Pentecostal and charismatic Christians numbered perhaps a few thousand. Today, they are a vast movement of over 600 million souls, a seismic shift within Christianity itself. This growth is not centered in the old capitals of Christendom, but in the global south, across Africa, Latin America, and parts of Asia. Here, in sprawling megacities and rural villages alike, faith is not a private hobby but a vital, public force. It provides community in the face of dislocation, meaning amidst economic uncertainty, and a framework for understanding a rapidly changing world. The demographics of major world religions are being rewritten in real time, proving that the human search for transcendence is immune to the supposed acids of modernity. This transformation is being accelerated and reshaped by a force more powerful than any reformation, the digital revolution. The global COVID-19 pandemic acted as a sudden, forced experiment, catapulting religious practice into virtual spaces overnight. What began as necessity is evolving into a new normal. Now, virtual prayer groups connect participants from 5 continents before dawn. Online platforms offer guided pilgrimages to Mecca, Varanasi, or the Camino de Santiago through immersive video. Artificial intelligence applications provide scriptural analysis or even simulated pastoral counseling. Global interfaith dialogues unfold in real time on social media, connecting monks, imams, and rabbis who might never share a physical room. To traditionalists, these developments can feel spectral, a dilution of the embodied community that is faith's bedrock. But this anxiety is itself a historical echo. The printing press was once viewed with similar suspicion by religious authorities, yet it enabled the Protestant Reformation and the mass dissemination of Scripture. The translation of the Bible into vernacular languages was once considered a dangerous act. Every leap in communication technology, from written scripture to the printing press to radio and television, has triggered a parallel evolution in religious practice. The digital realm is simply the latest landscape the sacred is learning to inhabit. Perhaps the most profound catalyst for religious evolution in our time is not a technology, but a shared existential threat, the ecological crisis. The degradation of our planet is forcing a theological reckoning across traditions, generating a remarkable convergence of moral language. In 2015, Pope Francis issued his encyclical Laudato Si', a profound document that framed environmental destruction not merely as a policy failure, but as a spiritual and moral sin, a rupture in humanity's covenant with creation. That same year, Islamic scholars released the Islamic Declaration on Global Climate Change. Major Buddhist leaders signed a unified Buddhist declaration on climate change. These are not coincidences. They represent a collective awakening to the idea that the care of the earth is a core religious imperative. This synthesis draws deeply on the shared ethical core we have traced throughout history, the concepts of stewardship, balance, and sacred responsibility. It is also powerfully informed by indigenous traditions worldwide, which have never separated the sacred from the land, the river, or the mountain. The ecological crisis, in a tragic twist, is becoming the grounds for a new, urgent form of interfaith solidarity, where shared survival depends on activating those deepest, most universal values. Even as ancient traditions adapt, the human impulse to create entirely new sacred systems remains undimmed. The 20th and 21st centuries have witnessed a flourishing of new religious movements, from Scientology and the Unification Church to the modern revival of Wicca and the global spread of the Baha'i faith. To dismiss these as mere cults or fads is to miss a fundamental point. Each, in its own way, meticulously reproduces the very structural elements we have identified in faiths millennia old. They are founded by prophetic figures who receive transformative revelations. They produce sacred texts or codified teachings. They build communities of practice with distinct rituals. They offer a cosmology that explains humanity's place in the universe, an ethical code to govern behavior, and a promise of salvation, enlightenment, or personal transformation. Their very existence is a testament to the enduring template of religious expression. The content may be new, speaking to contemporary anxieties about technology, identity, or global unity, but the form is hauntingly familiar. The wellspring of religious creativity has not run dry. This constant renewal suggests the most significant religious development of the coming century may not be the dominance of any single existing tradition. Instead, we may be witnessing the nascent emergence of a global ecological spirituality. This is not a single, organized religion, but a growing sensibility, a framework for meaning woven from multiple threads. It draws on the wisdom of indigenous traditions that view the natural world as kin, not resource. It engages with the epic narrative of scientific cosmology, the Big Bang, stellar evolution, the emergence of life, as a sacred story in its own right, what the cultural historian Thomas Berry called the universe story. And it taps directly into the shared ethical core of the world's major religions: compassion, justice, stewardship, and reverence for life. You can see its early contours in the deep ecology movement, which argues for the intrinsic value of all living things. You see it in the work of theologians and philosophers across faiths who are reinterpreting ancient scriptures through an ecological lens. You see it in the swelling academic field of religion and ecology, and in the grassroots activism of interfaith environmental coalitions. This emerging spirituality addresses the central crisis of our age by answering the most ancient human questions in a new, planetary context. The digital realm continues to forge unprecedented connections. Online platforms now host global meditation challenges that unite tens of thousands in simultaneous silence. Social media allows diaspora communities to maintain ritual calendars and culinary traditions across generations and oceans, creating a digital homeland. Yet, this virtual expansion exists in tension with a deep, countervailing hunger for the physically authentic. The future of religion is not a choice between the digital and the physical, but a complex dance between them. The virtual community can sustain and educate, while the physical ritual grounds and heals. This synergy is creating resilient, networked forms of faith that can withstand the fragmenting pressures of modern life. New ethical frontiers are also demanding theological response. Breakthroughs in biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience present questions our ancestors never had to contemplate. What is the moral status of a genetically edited embryo, or an artificial intelligence that exhibits consciousness? If neuroscience can locate states of spiritual experience in the brain, does that invalidate them, or simply describe their mechanism? Religious traditions are already grappling with these issues. Buddhist monks dialogue with neuroscientists about the nature of mind. Jewish ethicists convene panels on the implications of AI. Islamic scholars issue fatwas on medical procedures. This engagement is not a retreat into obscurantism, but an attempt to apply ancient wisdom frameworks to unprecedented human power. The timeless questions: what does it mean to be human? What are our limits? What are our responsibilities? Are being asked with fresh urgency in laboratories and tech conferences, and faith traditions are insisting they have a vital voice in the conversation. Simultaneously, there is a powerful movement to recover and elevate marginalized spiritual voices that the grand narratives of religious history often overlooked. The resurgence of goddess spirituality and feminist theology across multiple traditions is re-examining sacred texts and liturgies through the lens of the divine feminine. Indigenous land defenders are articulating a theology of resistance that frames the protection of rivers and forests as a sacred duty. Queer theology is finding affirming narratives within traditions that have historically been used to condemn. This is not about creating new religions from scratch, but about excavating hidden strands within existing ones, revealing a richer, more inclusive tapestry of the sacred. It acknowledges that the human experience of the divine has always been diverse, and that the future of faith must make room for that full spectrum of encounter. So, what ultimately survives? The core human yearning for meaning, connection, and transcendence, that is non-negotiable. It will persist as long as consciousness itself. What transforms? The forms, the languages, the mediums, and the specific applications of ethical teaching. The community that once gathered solely in a physical sanctuary now also exists in a persistent digital space. The pilgrimage may be supplemented by virtual reality, but the longing for transformative journey remains. The prophetic voice now speaks through encyclicals on ecology and interfaith declarations on climate. What emerges? New syntheses born of global conversation and shared crisis. A spirituality that can hold both the scientific story of the cosmos and a sense of sacred wonder within it. A practice that is both locally rooted in soil and ritual, and globally networked in solidarity. The history of religion shows us that faith is not a static monument, but a river, forever flowing, carving new channels, fed by countless springs. It is dynamic, adaptive, and resilient. As we stand at this intersection of ancient paths and uncharted futures, one thing becomes clear. The myriad expressions of faith we have explored, from the first creation myths to the latest digital prayer group, are not disparate, competing answers. They are a collective, millennia-long human conversation about the deepest mysteries of existence. The specific names for the divine may change, the rituals may evolve, but the fundamental questions persist, echoing from the caves of our ancestors to the edge of our expanding universe. This brings us to our final, overarching question. After tracing these 1,000 names, these countless forms, what does it all mean? Is there a common thread that binds this extraordinary human endeavor together, a glimpse of the same divine reality refracted through every culture and every age? We have traveled a long road together. From the first fires lit in the dark at Göbekli Tepe to the digital prayer circles of the 21st century, we have traced the shape of a single, profound human impulse. We have seen the same stories told in 1,000 tongues, the same gestures made in 1,000 temples, the same questions asked under 1,000 different skies. The journey has revealed a pattern, not a conspiracy of borrowed ideas, but something far more fundamental. A pattern etched into the architecture of the human mind itself. The convergences are too many and too deep to be coincidence. The world born from a separation of primordial waters in Babylon and in Genesis. The God who dies and returns in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, in the myths of the Maya, and in the Gospel of Rome. The prophet who withdraws, suffers, and returns with a revelation, from Sinai to the Bodhi tree to the cave of Hira. The ethical core that whispers some version of the Golden Rule in every sacred text from the Analects to the Hadith. The goddess suppressed but never erased. The scales that weigh the heart in the Duat and the Mizan. The mystic's ecstatic union described with the same language of fire and wine, from Persia to Spain to the banks of the Ganges. These are not fragments of a single, lost original religion. They are separate discoveries of the same spiritual continent, made by cultures navigating in complete isolation. They suggest that when human consciousness turns toward the ultimate, it encounters certain archetypal forms. It is as if we are all dreaming from the same deep well. This convergence reached a historical crescendo in what the philosopher Karl Jaspers called the Axial Age. In the 6th centuries, straddling 500 BCE, something remarkable happened across the civilized world, with no possible contact. In China, Confucius spoke of Ren, human-heartedness, and the cultivation of virtue. In India, the Buddha taught the end of suffering through ethical living and mental discipline, while the Upanishads contemplated the unity of Atman and Brahman. In Persia, Zoroaster framed existence as a cosmic moral struggle between truth and falsehood. In Israel, prophets like Isaiah and Jeremiah thundered about justice and mercy over empty ritual. In Greece, Socrates pursued the examined life and the form of the good. Each, in their own language, made the same pivotal turn. The divine was no longer merely a capricious power to be appeased with sacrifice. It had become a moral standard to be pursued, an inner reality to be realized. The spiritual quest shifted from communal ritual to individual responsibility, from cosmic maintenance to personal transformation. This is the true history of religion. It is not a simplistic march from superstition to science, nor a parade of primitive myths superseded by sophisticated theologies. It is the record of our species using every tool at its disposal, story, law, art, philosophy, ritual, to confront questions that are, by their nature, unanswerable by laboratory or equation. Why is there a universe and not nothing? Why do the innocent suffer? What do we owe to each other and to the world that sustains us? What, if anything, of us remains when the last breath leaves the body? Modernity has changed many things, but it has not answered these questions. The secular age has offered its own consolations and its own meaning, but it has not rendered obsolete the millennia of deep collective wrestling with the ultimate. The traditions are not archives of answered questions. They are repositories of lived wisdom on how to live with the questions themselves. This brings us to the great puzzle of religious diversity. On the surface, it is a cacophony of contradiction. One God, many gods, no God. Salvation through faith, through works, through grace, through the cessation of desire. A personal deity, an impersonal absolute, a cosmic principle. To see only the contradiction, however, is to miss the deeper harmony. The Hindu parable of the blind men and the elephant is the most elegant key. One man feels the leg and declares the elephant is like a pillar. Another feels the trunk and insists it is like a thick snake. Another touches the ear and is certain it is like a fan. Each is accurately describing the part he experiences. Each is wrong to claim he has described the whole. The world's religions may be precisely this: partial, culturally shaped encounters with a reality too vast, too complex, too fundamentally mysterious for any single human system to fully encapsulate. Their differences are not necessarily errors. They may be the inevitable result of finite minds touching an infinite periphery. What, then, is the universal core? It is not a specific doctrine about the nature of God or the mechanics of the afterlife. Those are the parts of the elephant. The core is the shared conviction that the world as it appears to our everyday senses is not the whole story. That behind, within, or beyond the visible surface of things lies a depth, a sacredness, a consciousness, a ground of being. And that this depth is not neutral. It is somehow aligned with meaning, with goodness, with the possibility of human flourishing and the imperative of compassion. Every tradition, in its own way, is a set of maps and methods for accessing this depth. Through prayer, through meditation, through ethical action, through ritual, through the transformation of the self, from selfishness to love. This conviction that there is more, and that the more matters, is the single thread woven through the entire tapestry of human belief. We are left then, not with a single answer, but with a choice of how to see. We can look at the history of faith and see only tribal conflict, superstition, and error. Or we can look and see something else, the most sustained, cross-cultural project of meaning, making our species has ever undertaken. A project marked by breathtaking beauty and terrible cruelty, by profound wisdom and shocking folly, because it is a human project. The cathedrals and the crusades, the sutras and the sutti, the hymns of liberation and the shackles of inquisition, they are all part of the same flawed, striving record. To dismiss the whole because of the worst parts is to commit the same error as claiming one part describes the whole elephant. The value lies not in any tradition's claim to exclusive truth, but in the collective witness to a shared human orientation toward the transcendent. This does not mean all paths are the same. They make different, often incompatible truth claims. The choice between them matters deeply to billions, but the comparative view offers a different kind of wisdom. It invites humility about our own certainties. It fosters respect for the sincerity of the other's search. It suggests that the enemy of true faith may not be another faith, but the arrogance that cannot conceive of the divine being expressed in any form but our own. In a world often fractured by religious identity, this perspective is not a call to abandon tradition. It is an invitation to deepen it, to see one's own path as part of a vast human conversation about the ultimate, a conversation that enriches rather than diminishes the particular. So we end where we began, under a vast sky, beside a small fire. For over 12,000 years, since those first stone pillars were raised at Göbekli Tepe, human beings have been doing this. We look at the terrifying beauty of the world, at the mystery of our own consciousness, at the certainty of our own extinction. And we feel in our bones that there must be more. We tell stories to give that feeling shape. We build rituals to give it rhythm. We argue over doctrines to give it precision. We fail and we try again. The fire is the same fire. The dark is the same dark. The question is the same question. Only the names for the light have changed. What every religion shares is the courage to face the darkness and insist, against all evidence, that it is not the final word. To believe that love is more real than indifference, that justice is more fundamental than power, that meaning can be wrested from chaos, and that the connection between our fragile mortal selves and the source of all that is a connection that can be named and honored and in some small way known. This is not a fact that can be proven. It is a hope that has been lived, an intuition that has been carved into stone, painted on ceilings, sung in chants, and whispered in prayers for as long as we have been human. In the end, after all the names and all the arguments, that shared, stubborn, beautiful hope may be the most sacred thing of all. The journey closes, but the conversation does not. It continues in every act of compassion that seeks no reward, in every moment of awe before a starry sky or a newborn child, in every choice to seek the good when the easier path lies elsewhere. These too are prayers. These too are part of the oldest ritual, the same God, 1,000 names. The same hope, 1,000 voices. The same human heart looking up from the dark, forever trying to describe the light.